think we should keep it under, I think we should.
Okay, great. Well, welcome. Let's bring this meeting to order. This is Scio Township Board of Trustees, meeting for November 25th. Clerk Flintoff, whatever time it is, I can't see.
7:03.
Thank you. Clerk Flintoff, roll call, please.
Carrie,
Present.
Gable,
Present.
Flintoff, present, Grant,
Here.
Noel, Reed,
Here.
Riser.
Here.
Also present, Township Attorney Mariah Fink and Office Coordinator Christy Aiken.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Absolutely. Thank you. Don't worry about it.
Adoption of the agenda. I have some suggested changes. And of course, anybody else. So here's a couple of things. We have two additions, right? Christy? We have Caitlin and share conditional job offer, and then also change the start time of the December 23rd board meeting from 7 to 12. Well, that's where we need to decide.
And then we also had the receipt of the FOIA appeals.
Yes.
For consent.
For consent?
So Tuesday.
It's just a regular board. Yes, instead of 7 PM, because it's the beginning of the holidays there. To move it till midnight, to noon, 12 PM.
Is there a copy? Do we have a copy of that?
You should,
It was just a motion that you were gonna discuss.
oh, it's just, you don't have a copy, okay. I'm sorry, I thought everybody had a copy. Treasurer Gable?
Just for information for the board, the intention of that came out this afternoon. During a discussion, it's intended to have a very short meeting and just have a meeting where we can approve our minutes and pay our bills, given that it's a couple of days before the holidays.
Meeting to 12:20.
12:23. That's why we move it to a noon meeting so it can be conducted during the work year.
So I think the idea is just to get it on the agenda. So where would you like to have it on the agenda, Joanne?
Why don't we just get this out of the way in the beginning, right before,
I would propose consent if that's okay. I support that.
okay, then consent. Let's make it, K, yeah, I guess so, K16. So we have that, and the Kate, okay, now I have, this is next. I have the receipt of FOIA appeals as K14. I'll get backwards on the notes here. And then the conditional job offer for Caitlin Scherer, residential assessor.
K15.
Under consent, is that
Which one?
Caitlin Scherer, the,
Yeah, I would move that for consent.
okay, we'll make that K15.
Please, thank you. I have 13, 14, and 16. We added 14, 15, and 16, or is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So is K14 been placed somewhere yet, or is that what we're gonna do?
It's the FOIA appeals.
And I see, where are the fields? I see the names, but I don't see the actual fields.
Christy, Mariah?
I mean, we can provide the actual appeals, the board just needs to accept that they've been submitted and then they get processed.
I was under the impression that they would be coming to us even if under information only, so we would at least get them. So did I misinterpret?
I think
The
they're
process.
just setting up the process, so whatever the board wants, I'm sure Christie would be happy to do.
I would like to see them too.
I'm not gonna weigh in, I just like
Yeah.
CC.
Yeah, so under the statute, they're accepted tonight at the board. They're considered received tonight at the board table. Regardless of whether you have them in front of you, this isn't necessarily optional to push it off to a different day.
Nor am I suggesting that, yeah, okay,
But we can email those to you in the morning.
I can do that.
thank you.
I'll do that tonight.
I move this K-14 go to consent. Based on that,
Okay, everybody clear on that? The 14, 15, and 16. Okay, there's also, okay, there's a handout payment of the bills, and if everybody's comfortable, this is the updated, correct?
Yeah, so this is the proposed payments of the bills. Thank you, Nikki. It's her first time doing AP and we expect to be on time for next Wednesday for the packet. But they've all been reviewed and processed.
So if everybody's good with that, we can keep that under consent. Oh, you wanna do yours?
I was gonna say, I wrote down some notes from earlier about the new business order.
The what?
So earlier today, when reviewing the agenda, just from a practical standpoint, it was originally gonna be K1, but that's gonna stay on consent. I'm fine with that. But the new business order would be N1, the authorization to purchase a property for establishment of a preserve. K9,
And we just have we have the updated contract
yeah,
from today, so if we could keep that under consent.
I'm fine with that.
I support, if that's a
Okay.
motion.
Okay,
K11's pulling from consent for a future meeting.
Sure.
And you'll bring that back, Ryan?
I'll bring that back.
Taking that off the agenda.
Going to allow people that are here for, the number of people that are expected here for different items to leave as expeditiously as possible.
So it would go N1 and then N3?
Correct.
And then Mary one, and
No.
then N2.
N2 first and then M1, Mary 1 last.
Because the opinion that we're gonna review could have some impact on that final
I
item.
would support that motion.
Everyone clear on the order?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
now I am.
All right, is there a motion? Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I move the agenda as amended.
One last thing, if you wanna have Caitlin introduce during special topics,
Oh,
because otherwise it's on
Yep.
consent.
Okay.
We wouldn't talk,
that's right.
sorry, otherwise I support Mr. Reiser.
Okay,
Where did you put it?
special topic.
G.
Okay, Is there a motion?
Support, move the agenda as amended by Riser.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is adopted as amended, 7-0. Great.
We're off to a good start.
We are, we'll be out of here by 7:30. Declaration of conflict, well, I am declaring a conflict with the last, or M1. No, yes, the M1, I'm looking at N1. At this point, regarding the legal fees.
I think as we get closer to it, we can make a motion.
If she asked to recuse, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's E, so we have to go in the order of the rules of order here. F, correspondence is received, and I know there was some more that had come in, and those have been updated in the packet. Let's see, and then now special topics. Aurora, our HR manager.
Hey, Aurora. Great, I am here to introduce Caitlin Scher, our conditional job offer of employment for the residential assessor. And she brings 8+ years of municipal experience, currently in an administrative assistant and deputy clerk role, and also has her level 2 certified assessor license. So Caitlin?
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity, and I can't wait to get started here at Scio and see everything that it's all about.
Welcome, Caitlin.
Yeah. Any questions or?
Where are you working now?
Currently I'm at Charter Township of Madison down in Adrian.
And you have much, is it agriculture, residential, commercial, what's the
They have
portfolio?
a mixture of commercial and mainly agricultural. There's lots of farmland around where I am. So that'll be a little bit of a change, but I'm excited to make that change. So get experience in all the areas.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, this is the public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. And I just wanted to let everybody know we have a timer here, and it's set for 5 minutes per public comment. And when it gets to the 1 minute mark, it's giving you a warning that you have 1 minute. It will turn red. So if you can just pay attention. I can't see, or we can't see it, but yeah. So we begin with anybody that's present. So please come up to the table and speak into the microphone if you want to have a, yeah, somebody.
Good evening. I'm Alan Romano of Low Density Parkwood. And I'll be brief. Our group has been at this since March 14th of 2022, which was the Planning Commission meeting that a number of our people visited at that time. And over these basically 3.5 years, I want to thank you for listening to our group. And basically, we encourage the Board of Trustees to have a yes vote on the motion that will come up later this evening. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Kathy Juskevich, Scio resident and Sustainability Task Force member. I'm speaking in support of a couple of items on tonight's consent agenda. First, item K6, the proposal to approve OHM's proposal for Dexter Wagner pedestrian safety improvements. As Scio develops a multimodal transportation system, sidewalk connectivity and safe, convenient bus stops, will be increasingly important. We need to make it as easy and pleasant as possible for Scio residents to use transit or walk. This project has the strong support of local residents. It's particularly timely because Ann Arbor will be constructing a new sidewalk along Dexter Road next summer that will link a couple of existing segments from Maple Road all the way out to Scio Township. With our own sidewalk project, it would become safer for residents to walk into Ann Arbor if they choose. And while I'm here, I'd also like to address item K7, renewal of SEMCOG membership. As your alternate to SEMCOG General Assembly meetings, I can honestly say that its services are many and valuable, and the opportunities for working together with other municipalities who are facing similar challenges are built into its programs. I support renewing Scio's membership. Thanks for lending an ear.
My name is Agnes Pastorino, and I live on Marshall Road in Dexter. And in the area close to where I live, they're thinking about putting in a gas station. And I'm concerned about this because we all have water, our own wells and septic tanks in that area. And I'm concerned about the possibility of getting the water table polluted so that our wells could get polluted. Also, I feel like there are already 4 gas stations that are along Baker Road, which is also in that area. There are already 4 gas stations there. And I don't think we need any more gas stations there. And it's zoned for, ordinary people to have a chance to build a home there. And I think it would be nice if we could keep it zoned for ordinary people to build their homes there, rather than making it commercial. But if they do make it commercial, which I hope they won't, but if they do make it commercial, I would hope that people would think in terms not just of what can make money, but also in terms of what is good for our community that's going to continue living there. And think about businesses that would be something that the community would need, not another gas station. Like, for example, we don't have any gift stores around there. That would be nice for little gifts for little children. There's going to be a home there for a lot of senior citizens are going to be in that area. It'd be nice if there was a close place where they could buy something for the grandkids. For myself, I find that there used to be a really nice place at the west edge of Ann Arbor, really nice toy store that had developmental toys that helped the kids to grow and learn, not just play, but really learn by playing. And that was a beautiful thing. Another possibility that would be useful to the people would be a place where people could come and gather after work and have a cup of coffee together, or have some social interaction, or have something like this. A nice gift store would be good. Even adult gifts, would be nice. But I don't think we need any more gas stations. That's my opinion. But I would rather it would stay for ordinary people to come and have a home, because we need a lot of homes in this area. We don't just need businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Chelsea Shaw of Scio Township, and I just want to second what Mrs. Pastorino said. I'm her neighbor, I live on Marshall Road, and I also am not in favor of a gas station being built in that community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Bill Doty from 465 Woodgrove, part of the Parkwood condos. Again, thanks for sticking with us over these years of work that we've had on Aubrey Grove. I've experienced our preserves because of different walkthroughs that I've done, hiking, and value our preserves, and for you to come up with this idea to buy the preserve is great. I encourage you to vote for it. And we'll add to the 1,735 acres that we already have approved, which is great. If approved, it'd be neat if we started out in a new era with maybe a new name for the property, since it's kind of been, first, it's hard to say, but second, it'll put that behind us. And remember last time we talked, I said I would volunteer to help get a citizens group together to work on that park, to get it into shape, and whatever we can do, we'd be glad to help. So again, I encourage you to approve the purchase of that parcel for reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident.
Hey, Rob.
Only took 18 dirty tricks, but I finally understand what the purpose of this board is. It looks like you intend to make Jillian so miserable from attacks every day that she quits, and you intend to bankrupt her, and you intend to interfere with her defense right before trial. Jessica, at the last board meeting, you said you witnessed absolute nastiness from Jillian. Considering the three things I just listed, how would you describe them? Absolute cruelty, maybe? Absolute viciousness? And the absolute hypocrisy of all of you is that you talk about Jillian's nastiness and ignored Kathleen literally laughing in her face when Jillian talked about the abuse and harassment she received from Kathleen. So no, I get it. The legacy you leave for this term is absolute cruelty, hypocrisy, and viciousness. Congratulations on being well on your way to cementing those characteristics in the history of Scio. Item N1 tonight has Scio paying the Alvarez Grove developer $1.5 million. For the last 4 years, I have witnessed this developer be extremely aggressive and hostile to the Parkwood residents right next door to this property. This was a bad idea from the beginning, and it feels like Scio is caving into blackmail from thugs. Last year, the developer bought the property from the resident for $232,000, and this year they're going to make a 645% profit. This parcel was zoned MR2, meaning they could have 8 units per acre. With all the wetlands on this parcel, there was only 3.89 buildable acres. That means they could have only built 31 units by right, not the 37 they proposed. So I don't think that would have cost $1.5 million to defend in court. We need Carlisle Wortman to look at every parcel in Scio and identify all the similar vulnerabilities in other zoning areas to see where hostile developers can take advantage of Scio taxpayers. In terms of good governance and fiscal responsibility, it looks like this resolution shows you will cave into thugs and pay them $1.5 million, but you won't pay the legal fees for your innocent colleague. Mariah, when it gets to this point in the agenda, could you please offer a detailed explanation about how this went through the courts? Because it went through the courts, there was no exposure to the public on how we got here for $1.5 million. I hope we had that discussion. I repeat that removing GCSI from lobbying for us without a plan on who to replace them with is a mistake. They helped find $800,000 for Park Road, $750,000 for the ladder truck, $1.5 million for the zebra pathway. That's over $3 million we wouldn't have for $40,000 a year. And you propose severing ties with them when you just established a subcommittee to come up with directives you want to give them to help focus their efforts. And then the Parks Department item was postponed until today. 2 weeks ago, Aurora wasn't prepared with the salary info for Murphy's request for her department. Since Romberg already prepared the salary study, it seems like a task that would require a few minutes to plug in the salary range for full-time Nats. If it's not prepared for tonight, why not? And then why is the tree fund being proposed to use for purchasing this property? For going back to Alvarez Grove, why is the tree fund being proposed for purchasing the Alvarez Grove property? That fund is for planting trees, not for buying property. So I think that's a mistake. Thank you. And I'm greatly relieved for the Parkwood residents and neighborhood, but it feels like blackmail.
Thank you, Rob. Is the mic on? The batteries are dead. I have to replace the batteries when I went to turn it on.
I'll assume it is. Kept it?
Batteries, it's not on, batteries.
What was I just instructed to do with the mic? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, all right. Good evening, members of the Scio Board of Trustees, and congratulations on completing the one-year mark of your four-year term. This time last year, I could not have been more pleased with the election results and believed that our township was going to be governed by a dream team. Much to my disappointment, it later became apparent that not all board members were of dream team caliber, but I could not be more confident in the members who are. Jessica Flintoff, as Scio's steady and strong clerk, you have used your phenomenal skills these last 6 years to administer flawless elections. For these, as well as the many other duties you successfully performed for Scio, I thank you. I also thank you for your never waiving professionalism when faced with less than kind treatment by others while serving as our clerk these last 6 years or more. Trustee Brandt, you have brought a lot to the governing of Scio Township with your deep dive research and data analysis. Your skills in these areas have aided in the decision-making of not just this board, but of several committees you work with. Kathleen, you had my support from the early days when you first wheeled the whiteboard up front to the board tape and dazzled us all with your data. Thank you for all you do. Treasurer Yates, I would hate to think where we would be today if you had not taken the initiative before you were even running for office and advised Treasurer Palmer to take action on some of Scio's financial investments that were headed in the wrong direction. Thank you also for your many contributions to the process or policy changes that made Treasury services more useful, more user-friendly to the public. Thank you. Trustee Knoll, your efforts toward all things Gelman are greatly appreciated as your work and experience you bring to various committees you are serving on. Lastly, I personally appreciate the kind but firm manner used in calling out bad behavior of a fellow board member on several occasions. Thank you for all you do, Kathy. Trustee Reed, I believe your involvement with multiple committees and different boards over your many years of service to Scio Township entitles you to be called Scio's historian or Scio's walking Wikipedia. Thank you for all you do, David. As a whole, this board has made many decisions over the past year and cast many votes. Some decisions were easy, some were hard, and some decisions were unpopular. But I have no doubt that this board's decisions were made in the best interest of our township. I believe other Scio residents share my same level of confidence in your leadership. That confidence is evidenced by the very low, with the exception of tonight, big exception, very low number of attendees at BOT meetings for quite some time now. We don't feel you need to be closely monitored, which was the case with Supervisor Hathaway and his ongoing shenanigans. I also want to extend thanks to Scio Township's Office Coordinator, Christy Aiken. Christy, from what I observed and read, you are indeed a master at multitasking. The level of diplomacy you practice while meeting the demands of the multitude is commendable. Thank you for all you do, Christy. Moving on to the hot topic of having a deputy present during board meetings. A few residents have voiced their opinion that the board should not feel unsafe and the deputy should not be necessary. Really? Do you realize no one can actually dictate how another individual should feel about anything? People feel what they feel. For the record, I feel comfortable with having a deputy present during these meetings. If you care to understand why I feel the way I do, there are videos available of board trustee meetings that have taken place over this year. Watch them. Thank you, board members, for this past year of service and your dedication to the positions for which you were elected. I wish you all a safe and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Same to you.
Thank you, Pat.
Anyway, my hips are sore. Paula Gloverson. I think it's been a while since I've actually come in. If I watch all these meetings, I'm certain, and read the agendas, I'm certainly not gonna write out my comments, so cut me off at 5 minutes. I read the communications and we have accomplished many good things. Steve Gillis put some of those in there. And I'm have not met our new financial, is it Nikki?
Nikki Timmons.
Yeah, and so welcome to her. And I think that's gonna really make a big difference. And everyone knows how I feel about the vernal swamp forest over at Arbor Grove. And that's my main reason to be here. I know it's a lot of money, but I'm gonna say, hey, I remember the vote, it wasn't the same board, a couple people were on it. For the TIF, tax incremental financing, which I have some, I'm so glad that Kathleen can do spreadsheets. That's not in my wheelhouse. I can resuscitate you, but not figure out all those numbers. So you look at what that TIF over there costs compared to the, and I really like Ms. Burkhart on the LPC, and she's also great with the numbers. But I feel that there was an Eagle meeting, it was just a little bit below what would have been considered a state wetland. I think that's now what, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, my memory's right. And I have all the confidence in Ms. Fink to have figured that out. I also want to clarify, when I talked about, I came in to talk about water costs, but about the DDA. No, I have never believed private roads, because when April Drive with Manager Fetcho, they did a SAD. They didn't ask for it to come out of there. So yeah, I had a problem with that. And I watched all of those, and people saying they didn't see things during that. I could see them on the agenda, so I don't know why anyone else, and their attorney worked very well with you. And I think we have had enough litigation. And I read the recently added Supervisor Carey's thing here. I don't have a legal degree. So I thought we went through all these meetings that to get to state code versus shall versus may and all these things. So to me, I'd like an explanation about what the difference is. I thought that was already determined, shall or may. And you know that I've supported you, Jillian, as a trustee. I've been very disappointed in things that I heard you say in the meetings at the DDA. I will fight like, you know what? I'm not gonna swear and use the F word. I actually have worse words I could say. It should be a charter township. And you said that last DDA meeting. Oh yes, I could play it. Just like I don't agree here that nobody's talked about a haircut or talking to your lawyers before these and you don't remember it. But I don't know where your legal people are going. And I was surprised when he didn't even know that you FOIA'd that information in front of Judge Simpson, and he's like, well, where did it come from? So that's a lot of money we're paying these people. And I'm not so sure that they're the best representation. And this I believe was politically motivated, and I do not want you to go through that. But I also, not everybody, people are talking about you, whether you're gonna sue this township or what your plans are. People have supported you. And I still do. I don't trust the justice system that much personally. You know, your case to me
we see all these FOIAs that everybody's asking for. We wouldn't be able to even have Zoom or FOIA if this group had not won the election. So anyway, I'm still for the frogs, the toads and the turtles and the vernal forests. And maybe some dwarfs too.
Thanks, Paula.
Thanks, Paula. Anyone else present would like to speak and come up to the table? Oh. No? Okay. Could we?
Is there
Anyone
anyone
online?
Fine. First up is Daryl Burkhart. Go ahead, Daryl.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So I first want to let the board know that I was here in case you have any questions on cash flow projections or anything like that. But I also wanted to briefly touch on the new business item N1, the authorization to purchase a property for establishment of a preserve. I would like to thank everyone who worked on the revision of the resolution and for taking my 2 memos to the Board of Trustees in consideration. While from my perspective, the resolution is not perfect, it is significantly better, and I do thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions that I was hoping that the board would address when they discuss this issue. And those questions refer to the mentioned replenishment of funds to the open space fund. I would ask that when the board discusses the resolution, could you please clarify how and when and under what conditions that replenishment of funds would occur? But otherwise, again, I want to thank you for your hard work. I understand that governance is not easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thanks, Daryl, and thanks for all your work, Daryl.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak at public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
Okay. Now is the time for board member response. No? Okay.
Oh, I do have something. I see this was added late in the day. Ryan, thank you for sending the MLive article to the entire board on issues related to increased security in Lansing and for the elected officials, state representatives, state senate, Lansing. The article gives background information if people have questions about why elected officials might feel a need for increased security in these tumultuous times. So it might be good for everybody to read that article. It could help you to get a better understanding of the situation.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Treasurer Yapel.
Thank you. Public comment, yes, there's a new name coming for the property that we're going to discuss, hopefully in another meeting in the very near future. To previous comment at our last meeting, there's an agenda item on December 9th to approve a contract to fix the wall inside the sheriff's substation. And look forward to addressing some of the other questions as we get to agenda items. Thank you.
Anyone else? No, you're just thinking. Okay. Now it's time for approval of the minutes from November 12th, 2025.
I will move approval of the minutes of November 12th, 2025, regular meeting.
I'll support.
Yes, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved, 7-0. All right, consent agenda. And everybody's clear on what's in the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda as amended is adopted, 7-0.
I just want to say welcome to Caitlin.
Yes. Oh, did she?
Yeah, she's
Yeah, welcome. Caitlin. Regular reports and special reports. This is L1.
Thanks, you. Happy Thanksgiving. See ya.
Thank you. Bye, Joe.
Okay, I have I guess a small report. I attended the quarterly sheriff meeting last Thursday, and basically we discussed the new software program for traffic monitoring, or not control, because it's just to show different speed limits, or not speed limits, different speeds on pretty much every road in Washtenaw County except for some cities. It's very interesting. People had questions about it, and yeah, I don't want to do it injustice, but it's kind of cool. It does show traffic along a road, and it can tell the average speed, the low speed, and the high speed. And then the data is collected in it's like a week behind. So that's how they're looking at different things. I think it can also tell if there's accidents on the different roads, kind of. Okay, but it will help in the long run with safety. And there were some concerns about privacy, and those, I guess, different entities are looking at all of that, and it's fine. But anyways, that's about it. I think that was the bulk of our conversation. And then next year, contracts are up for renewal, so that will be ongoing. Other than that, well, the next is the Downtown Development Authority. I think we need to remove that from the.
Well, a couple updates on that. We'll be working through March 31st to do final distributions. I just got a call from the WCC. So once our new finance director, Nikki Timmons, gets settled, she's doing a great job, but we'll probably be doing those distributions back to taxing units by no later than March 31st. Hopefully a little sooner during our budget time, but.
On that same point, I did forward out to the board, but for everyone else's information, we got the original bond for the 2017 refunding bonds that the DDA held. Those have been paid in full as of Halloween, and we received a letter from the bank that held the bonds that they have released all of their financial instruments securing those bonds. I sent that to the board yesterday.
Well, do you have?
Sure. A couple other things I have in here. I do have the investment report through October 31st. I'll have another report here in another 3 months, so end of January. I did also attend the county commission meeting this past week. The sheriff gave a 2-hour presentation on her budget. It was disturbing that some of our county commissioners wanted to balance the budget of the sheriff's office by putting people on lockdown for several days a week as one proposed solution. Very, very concerning for me. 9 out of 10 people that are detained in the Washington County Jail are on pretrial detention. So they're innocent until they're proven guilty. Encourage everybody to go back and watch it when you have time after the holidays.
What was the date on that?
It was November the 19th. It's all available on YouTube. Kelly posts all those meetings on YouTube. It's very disturbing to see some of the commissioners be so not interested in allowing people to have, obviously, city can control movement, but not be locked down, especially after there was a report later in that meeting that someone had passed away the previous week at the Huron Valley Women's Correctional Center because of some of the ongoing environmental issues that facility has. But yeah, sorry to bring everybody down today. Thank you.
Yes, that's right. At the sheriff meeting, they did, actually, I think the night before was the county commission meeting talking about the budget for the sheriff. Well, just in general, but the sheriff especially. So I think that we should all watch that. Anything else,
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Clerk Flintoff?
Sure. I just wanna let folks know that there are 2 job postings open. Thank you, Aurora, for getting them posted. The vacant finance manager position vacated by Rebecca Motti is now posted, as well as the records clerks. These were authorized last budget cycle. We've purchased the software and equipment. We're just kind of putting a pause while we finish the HVAC process. But we'll have 3 temps here starting mid-January to start the digital records project, which will go for about 6 months or so. So I'm excited about that. I think especially for our planning and zoning records, the idea is to have more of those available online so that people don't have to FOIA them. On elections front, I was expecting to bring to the board the early voting agreement, which is a 2-year period, but there's a little provision in there that says that it just keeps on going. So I won't have to bring it back to us, but what that means is for the next 2 years, we're gonna continue to be in partnership with Washtenaw County to provide the early voting inspectors and equipment. We will continue to post early voting and we plan for that in our 26 board schedule. Last, I wanna thank everybody for the support with the transition. We had Nikki Timmons, our new finance director, start on November 10th, doing a great job. And I wanna, with Rebecca's exit at the same time, we've all been pitching in. So I wanna thank Felicia King. I wanna thank my deputy, Barb Kaleja. I wanna thank Ryan, our treasurer, Joelle Foster, our deputy treasurer. We've all been pitching in to keep accounts receivable, accounts payable, payroll, everything going. And I wanna thank Christy and all the department heads for their work on the capital plan. I think everybody or almost everybody got their stuff in last Thursday for capital plan, and Nikki plans to be before the board on December 9th with a first draft of the capital plan and a first draft of the tree plan. So everybody else is working on their budget submissions by December 11th. So if any of you happen to have a budget submission, this would be the time to be working on that. That's it.
Question. The early voting, does the county pick up the tab on that or do we pay for that?
So we pay the county a bit for it. So there's a pro rata share where we pay the county for the portion of the services. It winds up being far less than it would be for us to do it ourselves. But then they provide the election inspectors, and importantly, they provide the equipment because it's specialized equipment. So you'll see in the capital plan next week, it's time to start thinking about new election equipment for Scio. The election equipment needed for early voting includes equipment that's about $40,000 or $50,000 a piece instead of about $7,000 a piece. So it's still a better deal for us to partner with the county.
I have a question. Reading that at the state level, they're looking to change the August primary to May. What have you heard from the clerks? Anything new about that, or is it getting closer? Do you think it's going to pass?
I don't have any sense either way. Actually, what I do know is that if it takes effect, it will be 2027.
Right, so that's important.
So yeah, so 2026 election schedule is set. We're still a maybe for a special election in May, and certainly big ones in August and November.
Clerk Flintoff, report of upcoming proposed agenda items. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and there's just we're switching, there's just a couple things that we had switched around, and I don't think I brought it with me, but anyways.
Do you have your copy, Christian?
There's not much there, and having it light at the end of the year, and then things for January. So if there's anything that
I can do an updated list for 2026, after the holiday.
I want to be sure everyone's aware that Dr. Stephen Wright is planning to present at our next meeting.
December 9th.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And we have our capital plan. So those are 2 substantive topics.
At December
9th.
You're looking puzzled. You remember, he was doing that, right?
It's gonna be a long meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
We're used to that.
Okay, let's see, planning commission?
Yes, on the Huron River Water Council, Bob Hyde is our representative, and he's suggesting that his term is coming to an end. And he's willing to continue, but he doesn't know how to get that accomplished. Is that something we nominate at the board level? Okay.
Just make an agenda item for him.
Could we do it now in a voice vote that Bob Hyde be appointed to represent Scio Township on the Huron Valley Watershed Council? I'm sorry, Huron Valley. Huron River Watershed Council?
Do you have his term? How long his term is?
I don't have those details.
So I mean, I'd be supportive of the idea if somebody just wants to volunteer to draft it up and put it on
I don't mind
consent.
doing it.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And I don't mind volunteering as an alternate. He's gonna be out for a little bit.
okay, thank you.
Also, next item, the proposed Piper Ridge project, which is on Parkland Plaza, previously was approved as a PUD. At last night's meeting, it was approved for rezoning to MR3 by a vote of 5-1.
Multi-resident, like multifamily residential, is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay.
And what was the general rationale for changing the zoning?
That they reduce the number of units and marginally reduce the number of trees to be taken out.
And there's sufficient REUs?
Yes.
Okay.
There were more REUs in the previous proposed project than are needed. The other project was a senior rental center, 95. This one is, I think, half of that. Because they're single family homes attached, 4 or 5 in a building.
Who was the no-go?
I was.
Is that coming next month here?
I'm not sure. But it's ready.
Thank you. Were there conditions attached?
Yes. It's a conditional rezoning, so they proposed 6. I can't tell you the details of those off the top of my head.
Are there conditions that they have to work out, is what I mean, before it comes to the board?
No, I don't believe so. They have some site plan, something to do on site plan. For example, they're proposing an open area for people to walk. Which it's a very small area.
It's called a sidewalk.
Well, there is a sidewalk that would accomplish that is much, much bigger, so they don't know what they're gonna put in there. I don't know, playground, something, but not yet determined.
Thank you. David, parks and LBC.
Oh, yeah, parks. I wasn't able to get this written up in time to get it submitted, but phase 2 of the parks, of the township park is nearly complete. They're just back ordered on the climbing nets. Phase 3 is still in design. We're trying to get a water feature in there, but we might have to actually sink a well. And that may make it past our $50,000 budget, so we may not. We had a prescribed burn on the 5 Oaks Preserve, and it went very well. Murphy's gonna try to do a test install of dots on a couple of the windows to try to make them bird safe. It's gonna be a test
They're out there
Oh,
by
they're out there already?
the meeting
Okay.
hall door that you
Today.
can in. Yep.
And I think, I'm surprised it's not on, maybe she didn't get it done. We're going to be submitting a resolution to formally name the Lamplighter Preserve, the Lamplighter Preserve, because it's on Lamplighter. And it's a cutesy name, it's kind of a catchy name. It's a small piece of, basically a forested wetland, another swampy parcel that I believe the developer gave it to the township back when they built that area because it's not developable, not sellable, and they just gave it to the township and it's been sitting there idle for 30 years. Or 20 years at least. We're also trying to come up with a new name for Marshall Park, because it's the third Marshall Park in Washington, well, in the Ann Arbor area. So, there's one over in, off of, up by Mathi Gardens out in that side of Ann Arbor. And there's a park on Marshall Road that was named Dee Dee Marshall because that's the name of the family asked it to be named Dee Dee Marshall. So now we're trying to find a new name for our Marshall Park. We're coming up with that. We'll bring that to the board. I think that's all. Planning, or the Land Preservation Commission. We still have a settlement on the, what do you call it, the 116, is it? PA 116, where the Treasury Department has refused to pay their, or reneged on the agreement to pay the tax rebates. Apparently there are 6 different bills in the House right now. It's 3 were proposed by Democrats, 3 were proposed by Republicans to fix that problem and make it so that the Treasury Department is happy and they will hopefully pay these. But there's a bill that's been tie-barred to it, which might not pass. So if it doesn't pass, our 6 bills don't pass. So Barry's working with Sue Schenk to try to move that through. I think that's it. Oh, it's my understanding that Janine LaPrade and Tim Redmond have submitted their letters to extend their membership on the LPC, and they're expiring this week or next week. So we should probably get them on next agenda as well as mine. Now, have you not received those letters, Christie? They said they sent them in, but.
So we would have all received them,
Right.
the entire board. I think we did, but I think it was a while ago.
Yeah.
And
It probably got lost. It's probably because it was so far in advance, probably.
I usually don't monitor those
Yeah.
types of
Oh,
things.
okay.
Usually
So we just need,
Barry does it.
so we just need one of us to be willing to bring it. So who would like to bring it?
I'll bring it.
Will you bring it? Okay, Christy, will you work with David to get those done? Okay, great, thanks.
Can they serve even though they haven't been formally nominated, even though their term has
Yeah.
expired? Okay.
Yeah, apologies. No, I remember it was like, I was busy with the election. I sent out the board. I said, hey, somebody just needs to nominate them and bring it to the board. So
Okay, I'll work with.
I'll say that again.
All right. Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, sure.
Of trustee Brandt? There were some residents here speaking about a proposed gas station. Has that, you know what, that land, I'm looking at a zoning map, and it looks like that quadrant is either OS, A1, I1, or R1. Do you know what the current zoning is?
Do you want to take this, Kathy? It came before the ZBA.
Like what side of, is it west of Baker or east of Baker?
West.
Isn't it right next to the boulevard into
Yes.
Heritage Woods?
It's where the Ket and Spicer
R1.
properties are.
It might be R1.
No, it's down here though.
Where's Baker Road? I think. Based on it says Baker Road.
Yeah, it says that. Oh, it looks like it's R1.
So.
I don't remember exactly.
Your request for rezoning?
You just approved this, didn't you?
The variance, for the
Yeah.
septic, or, yeah, the septic.
Yeah.
Right, not to be on municipal water.
So that variance was approved.
And just so you know, that approval goes only with that application. So if that application does not proceed, that approval does not go with.
Doesn't go with the land, okay, thank you.
I thought it did run with the land.
I don't think so, but
Anyhow,
I thought it did.
Was
I
it
thought
a conditional
variance-
use?
I thought a variance did run with the land, generally.
I thought Bob Walsh had said that, but to be determined, how about that?
Okay,
But maybe whenever is a good time, maybe at a future meeting, we could understand a little more about, any of the environmental concerns that were raised, if they're,
Okay.
just in particular,
Yeah.
with it being a gas station on septic, et cetera.
Well, there are a lot of issues with the property, and just because.
currently, you mean?
Yes. So just because they got the variance doesn't mean that they're gonna get planning commission approval. We've got a lot of issues to work through.
And just so everyone knows, the proposed project is a company called Quick Trip, privately held. They're making a foray into the Michigan market.
Treasurer Yeaple?
I can just share from an administrative standpoint, the applicant seems to have difficulty completing our application process. And it's taken many months to get them to submit a full and complete set of documents for it to move forward administratively to either the ZBA or the planning commission. So best wishes that they follow the process.
Let's see, well, Gelman, I don't know.
No updates. We have a card meeting next week. There's been back and forth about a letter sent from Eagle to the EPA regarding the national priorities list listing, urging the EPA to move on at a faster level.
And then ESTF, we don't have anybody. This is on here. Kathy had left. Yeah, it's just under for now, so, okay. Well, township lobbying efforts, so we'll be talking about GCSI later. Roads, we met for our capital improvement plan and we did our best. There's one year that's needs some work, but other than that, this next year, 2026 is solid as far as the roads to be potentially improved and the amount. So that's already been handed into Nikki. And then we have a meeting next week to continue whatever we are working on. Transit and Bus Advisory Committee,
We met last week.
Can I make a correction? The Quick Trip, they held a public hearing. My apologies, Kathy.
That's why I was kind of like.
Yeah,
what?
you were spot on. I was in land
a public hearing at the Planning Commission?
at the ZBA.
Oh, yes.
I just looked it up.
Treasurer Evil.
So is multimodal transit committee.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. Anywho, so we met, we elected officers and also set a meeting schedule, provided some additional information. We're having another meeting next week, the following week, Monday the 8th. I don't know, it's somewhere here. But we're receiving some additional information, and then the following meeting, which is 1 to 2 weeks after that, I have to look at the date on that again, will be without having the transit providers there, so we can have a more intensive conversation once we've received some of the information and background from those providers. Thanks.
And who's on that committee again?
Christie,
Jan.
Jan,
Kim
Kim, and David and I.
Hey, Chris, yeah. Can you guys have probably already figured this out, but would you all please make sure that Chris Chang has whatever initial thoughts? Because he's responsible for the budget, the budget request that's due December 11th.
I
Or no,
thought
you are.
You
Yeah,
made
you
me
are.
in charge of
Okay.
it.
That was a really good idea I had.
It was a really good idea.
Got it.
I've started
Okay.
the narrative and the
Okay,
background
good.
on that.
Good, because I want to make sure it
and-
aligns with the
And I'll
contract.
introduce the finance director. I'll ask her to come in, if only for 5 or 10 minutes at the next meeting, so she can just have a high level introduction.
Good.
Thanks.
Right, can you remind me the time? Is that 10 o'clock? Yeah, or 9
I think it's
o'clock?
9 o'clock. I also have the minutes, which I could pull up in a minute. December 4th, December 18th at 9 o'clock. It's December 4th, I was wrong on the date.
Okay,
Yeah, multimodal.
that I had.
So the Transit and Bus Advisory Committee is called the multimodal.
Yeah, we reconstituted.
Reconstituted with an amended, a new
With an amended
charge.
charge, yeah.
Okay, so do we need to change that on the reports to multimodal?
Sure. I'll be
Just
updating that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that'll be fun to say
Keep it
every time. Okay, Office Coordinator Christy Aiken. do you have a
Sure, just a
report?
couple of things. The HVAC project is currently on schedule. Phase 1 and 1B are expected to be completed by Friday, December 5th. Phase 2 will begin on December 8th, which will involve the front office area, the front conference room, the lobby, the main area up front. We're coordinating with CTC to relocate the staff to temporary office space. We've got that all mapped out and coordinated, getting everybody moved on time. During the second phase that I just spoke of, the main entrance to Township Hall will be locked. We're gonna have directional signage. This will be fun. That will educate residents to go around to the entrance to the utility. And the utilities main counter, only counter, that's where residents will be able to make payments, tax payments, any regular business that you would do at the front. You'll just have to come around to come in to the back. So that's the plan for that. I'd also like to thank Chief Hood and Assistant Chief Sears for providing the CPR and Stop the Bleed training to the staff. In addition to the in-person training, staff also completed some pretty extensive online training involving CPR and first aid. It was quite a few hours to get through it all, but it was very informative and they did a great job putting this all together for us. We had approximately 20 staff members that successfully completed the full training. It was staff within the building. They had us broken up into groups, so we weren't all together to give more space. And then also, I just wanted to kind of update the board a little bit. We're gonna be implementing, I hope I pronounced this right, Azuga telematic monitoring devices for our Township Hall vehicle fleet. There will be no cost to the township. Tokyo Marine fully subsidizes the Muni Fleet program. We were told of this when we were renewing our insurance annual contract with Decker. And it will also educate the drivers as to, how their performance is on their driving. So it'll promote safety and overall risk prevention, risk management. So that's the intent for that. And Brandon's pretty excited. We both sat in and did the 45-minute, I can't think of the word, not training, but where they were showing us the apps and everything, and it's pretty detailed, it's pretty cool. So, and we can incorporate that with the fleet blog and information that he keeps too, so. Really interesting. It'll be fun. We should get that in the next probably month.
That's great.
Yep. So that's all I have.
Thanks for all your work, Christy.
Sure.
I have a question.
Sure.
I know you've been working, I think, Jessica and Christy, I think, on the external camera monitoring of the township hall. Where does
Yeah,
that
I'm glad
sit,
you brought
Christy?
that up. We, as you know, we had to wait until we got the network done, so we've got that.
This has been in the works for
It
how
has
long?
been. It's
3 years.
It has been.
No, it was in
Not-
our
oh,
capital
we
plan
talked
last
about
year
it.
for the
Yes,
first
thank
time.
you.
Truth be told, it's been talked about for quite a while, because I remember Jim Murdy back when he was here, we had actually, we
Yeah.
did.
There used to be no
Yeah.
shortage of talk, but last year was the first time it was in our capital plan or budget.
Yeah.
So last year's the first time we were
Yeah,
serious.
it's going to be coming to the board probably, it's once the HVAC gets wrapped up in January. I'll probably bring it to the board in January, so by the time that's wrapped up, we're ready to start moving. I know that the fire chief already has, the fire hall is gonna have cameras, sheriff's space. And I know he's doing obviously fire station 2 down the road, but
And the utilities
the
structures
utility
as well.
infrastructure,
It's not
yeah.
just this building, it's the whole thing.
yeah, it's big.
Pretty comprehensive.
It is, so, waiting for the HVAC, but I'll bring it to the board, you'll get to see everything.
Thank you.
Sure. That's it.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Attachments are GCSI, a couple of updates. Let's see, planning report, investment report, WARMA summary, thank you, Tom, and MPPS, which is also, oh no, that's the it's a report. It's not
Yeah,
a live article, right?
Yeah, I just dropped that in there just for people's reference. You guys, I'm sure are familiar with the Center for Local, State and Urban Policy out of the policy school here. They do the Michigan Public Policy Survey, like on the health of local democracy and stuff. So I always kind of track that stuff. But just in light of the kind of, you know, maligning, kind of conflated batch of correspondence we got, kind of mixing up a bunch of different issues going on, like the state of our national politics, you know, the board and everything in between. I thought this was helpful because it talks about not just the functioning of local democracy, but the tone of discussion and communication and the trust in residents. So for the first time, they asked local leaders, how much do they trust residents to be constructive participants? And I think with COVID, with the, you know, culture of political violence and assassinations and things that we're in, I'm not surprised that that's the case, but it's interesting to see that the reports are that the functioning of local democracy is increasing, while the trust in residents is decreasing. And it's just troubling, but it's also interesting to see where these dynamics are going. So I just thought the board and the public might be interested.
Can I ask a little follow-up at the appropriate time with respect to Warma and trash?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, I know the Recycle Ann Arbor reached out to us, and Theo Egermont, who is the Public Works Director for Washtenaw County and has a role in these things, and he sent out an email to us regarding wanting input on a survey by December 5th and the materials management plan. Do we have somebody who's riding point on that? Whether it's Christie, whether it's the supervisor, whether it's our warmer rep, whether it's
I
our
think not
city
yet
attorney?
is
I
the
mean,
answer,
is that
right?
something we need to? Yeah, I don't know,
Mhm.
you know,
Yes, that is something we need to do.
Treasurer Yapel?
I can share a couple of things. There's gonna be a agenda item, probably a couple agenda items on next meeting's agenda. One of them probably could be on consent as a potential memorandum of understanding between Washtenaw County funded by tipping fees to help us develop an RFP. There's a scope for that. Our
who's
attorney.
us South Township?
Scio Township.
Okay.
The attorney's currently reviewing that, so I hope to have some input back on that early next week. There is also a possible agreement for an extension coming at the next meeting, so we'll wait till that's all ready to go, if that's ready at that point. But I think there's more that needs to be done. Yeah, I'm open to volunteers. The next 3 months is probably not the best time for me, admittedly.
No, I just wanna, I don't want us to miss the deadline if they're looking for input, or maybe, I don't know if that's something we could ask our former rep to do, since he's kind of well versed in these issues, or if that would be inappropriate. I mean, not that.
What deadline?
Well, they want, and just because they want it doesn't mean it's good, we have the ability to provide it. But it says, please spend 7 to 15 minutes on this survey and provide your input by 12/5. And it's a materials management plan that's required by the state of Michigan. And Washtenaw County has a plan, and Washtenaw County is gonna submit that plan. And do we wanna provide Washtenaw County with any input as it develops its mandatory plan regarding materials and trash?
I think everyone can fill that survey out that received it. I filled it out yesterday. It took me about 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, it says 7 to 15, Ryan, so we
Okay.
rushed it.
Or I'm just more familiar with it, so I
No.
was ready to answer the
No,
questions.
okay, all right, I just don't wanna, and if they're expecting,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah, I was unclear on that too. It did seem like they wanted one organizational response.
Well, then we've got it.
Well, sorry, I filled it out because it was unclear.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Yep.
Okay. I did find the upcoming proposed report or agenda items. So December 9th, this is what we have, adoption of capital assets management policy. Stephen Wright with the water, and we have priority, and that's all at this point, other than the regular, so.
That is gonna be a long meeting.
Yeah, not the capital asset management policy, the capital improvements plan.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just the first hearing on it, so that's not happening.
Okay.
So we're gonna be talking about the capital improvement plan again in January and take action then.
On to N1. Possible action authorization to purchase a property for establishment of a preserve. And Christie, you prepared this, would you like? Where'd you go?
Yeah.
She
did prepare it with Mariah. And Chris, I'm wondering, Jillian, if it makes sense if we might first spend a little time talking about with, I know you and Kathy and Mariah were part of the team. You want to first talk about kind of how we got here to this consent judgment, and then when we get to the point of the resolution, I can bring on Nikki. Does that
Nikki's
make
on
sense?
Zoom.
Yes.
Like, why do we have a consent judgment? Let's talk about it.
Let's let Mariah start.
She said no.
She can't say no.
Why do we have a consent judgment? Just the most basic of the steps that got us here. Aubrey Grove submitted a site plan for a development. It was what we consider a by right development, meaning that they weren't doing a PUD, they weren't asking for any type of rezoning. The site plan was denied by the township board for, what do you think, 18 different reasons in the resolution of denial. And Innovent, who is the developer of the property, then filed an appeal of that denial to the circuit court. So the consent judgment is the resolution of the appeal that had been filed. We did facilitation, a couple of days of facilitation with Innovent and Kathy Reister,
Rosati.
Carol
Thank you, Carol
Rosati.
Rosati, I always get those two names confused. Carol Rosati was our facilitator, very well-respected, well-known municipal attorney in Southeast Michigan. And the end result was that the township is purchasing the property. Is that enough?
I mean, it's just for the public. We've had a lot of different closed sessions. We took action to approve the consent judgment, but there just hadn't been much public explanation.
Right.
Or any.
And as you put in the resolution, and I think we had in the cover letter, the township intends to purchase the property for preservation. Not going to be, it's not a buy, protect, sell, it's not gonna be resold, it's not gonna be offered for development to someone else. It's gonna remain township property. My understanding is mostly in its current natural state.
With the likely possibility of some trail connectivity and possibly some kind of a limited small park on site.
Didn't think that was in the background information. It said it's in perpetuity in its current state.
We had discussed it though.
So you know what the good news is that we make what we want in it. So if it's something that you think is important to
Yeah, I
add, we
think
can add.
we did discuss that and John was a proponent of that
Okay,
too.
it's the first I've heard of it. I'm not
Yeah,
opposed, but
just
yeah.
some ideas that were tossed around. Trustee Reed.
Did I understand you think we're gonna be putting a parking lot in there?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, no. No, okay.
We are not
Figure out where we're gonna.
building a parking lot.
Okay.
Rumors get started.
This is how rumors get started, people.
So, yeah, sorry. We will have to evict some of the local residents. They have started storing some of their equipment on the property, but, well,
Are you serious?
huh?
So
Not residents, it's business right next door. They've actually put some of their equipment on the property, so.
would it be
Code
okay
enforcement.
if we went through the resolution paragraph by paragraph, because there's so much in here?
Oh, okay. Well,
So Mariah and I, and then Nikki and Christy and others, but worked on this to try to kind of get a resolution that has everything in it. So there's a black line version, which just shows the changes from when it was published Wednesday, and a clean version. So I'll be going from the clean version. And then Kathy, you've already raised an aspect that's not reflected in here, so we may want to discuss and amend. And Nikki is available and for questions from the board. So as we go through it, we can answer questions. Very plainly, the first whereas, it's a result of the resolution of this case. We're purchasing the 5-acre parcel. Second, we intend to hold and preserve this 5-acre parcel in perpetuity, allow it to be made available for passive use by the public. Whereas the purchase, yeah, nobody ever said anything about it, but we can add it here. Yeah, so what it says, Kathy, it says we intend to hold and preserve this 5-acre parcel in perpetuity and allow it to be made available for passive use by the public. That's what we're currently stating as the purpose. If there's a different purpose, right now is the time to talk about it.
Would a wood chip trail and some benches be passive, or you gotta be active?
That's passive. A wood chip trail's passive.
How about a bench?
That's passive.
That's very passive.
No, but I mean.
That's sitting.
Active would be a basketball.
Yeah, we're not
court,
gonna do any, yeah, okay.
or a soccer field. Okay.
Dog park? No.
No, it's gonna be a deer park.
it was a joke.
Okay, come on. All right. All right, third paragraph, whereas the purchase agreement for the parcel listed above does not contain an agreement for any naming rights, and the Parks Committee will develop a recommendation for a proposed name of the preserve to bring to the board at a future date.
Yeah. Currently, we're just calling it preserve number 9.
Great.
But we can't do what they did for Novi. Because NOIX wouldn't really fit in this particular situation.
So we're officially abandoning Arborist Grove.
Yes.
Yeah.
Officially abandoning.
So nobody's allowed to call it that. It's just, a name wasn't yet ready for this meeting as I had. So that's, thank you, need that habitat. All right, whereas the Scio Township Order of Resource Use and Fund Balance Policy, which I knew you were all very familiar with, provides that the township uses restricted funds first when an expenditure is incurred for the purposes for which both restricted and unrestricted fund balance is available. Specially designated money, we use that first. General fund is a fund of last resort. Whereas the Tree and Woodland Resource Prevention Ordinance, which is the authorizing ordinance for what creates our tree fund, intends to, sorry?
Preservation.
Excuse me, preservation ordinance, intends to protect trees, woodlands, and woodland resources. And the tree fund, Fund 232, is a special revenue fund for all contributions in lieu of tree replacement as provided for in the ordinance. Let's pause here for a minute. Mariah, we've heard different questions about using the tree fund. I understand why it's legally authorized. Do you want to speak to this at all?
I mean, it's just, the ordinance says that you can use tree fund money to preserve woodlands, which is basically what this property is, so.
Yeah, so in the past, we've used it to plant some trees, but we can also use it to buy property to save trees.
Aren't we really buying a lot of trees?
For the trees, yep.
That's what we're buying.
So I just wanted to address that because I think I've heard about 4 people raise that question over the last week. So I wanted to make sure we addressed it.
There are a lot of trees.
Did you have
I
something?
had a question, it's going back here, and okay. Scio Township should use restricted funds first when an expenditure is incurred for the purposes for which both restricted and unrestricted fund balance is available.
Yeah.
And I know, we've talked about this, but I do have a question. In replenishing the funds, if we use them, and now it's time to replenish them, are there conditions that would trigger that? Like, how is it triggered? And when does it happen?
Yeah.
Who initiates it?
So the board does. So can we can jump to that part. So
I was on here.
You were jumping ahead, but I will answer that. You were jumping ahead to the third to last whereas on page 2. And Nikki, if you want to jump on, I'll start to explain and she can.
She wasn't.
You weren't? Okay, then let's.
She was just thinking, I think, more generally.
Okay, so Kathy, here's the thinking, like we tax people, we don't want to ever be in the position of overtaxing people. This is the basic principle, right? You don't ever want to have paid taxes that aren't being used. So when we have special millages, say for fire, this community is so generous in, passing that fire millage increase. They expect us to use every single dollar of that for fire services, right? And you want us to use that first, even though we may have some general fund available, we just voted to build that second station. So we're gonna use that fire fund first. And that fire money first before general fund, because we need to hold back on general fund in case there's an emergency. It's a fund of last resort. Nikki, do you want to speak a little bit to this principle? And welcome.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for having me. I acknowledge all the board members tonight. So what Jessica was referencing is in the event that we have restricted funds set aside for a specific purpose, we exhaust those funds first so that any event that there is some type of overage or spillage that needs to take place, we can then tap into the general fund for any additional funding because that's unrestricted funds. However, the general fund should be used as a last resort because it's a catch-all for so many other departments, organizations, and expenditures within the township that we may have unexpectedly. So we don't want to use those proceeds first because they're unrestricted, so that the board can deem to use them how you all vote and agree to do so. Knowing that we have this fire project coming up, we don't know what we don't know. There's been rising costs. During the pandemic, there was an increase in steel or a shortage of wood, or drywall went up. So you just don't know if things go up beyond what the millage can cover for the fire station. So you want to have money set aside if we have to step in and cover that with the general fund proceeds, which is why general fund is used last when it comes to monies that is set aside that's for a specific purpose. So regarding this situation, we have deemed to use the tree fund as well as the Land Preservation Commission fund, so that this property can be acquired by the township. And we're going to, when we use the word replenish in FYE 27's budget, we're going to appropriate funds to go to that LPC Fund 233 in the amount that we're taking from them in this budget, so that it's a set aside appropriated for them, so that if they have purchases that come up in budget FYE 27, we are then able to cover that with that set aside money as a transfer in, transfer out situation from the general fund to the land preservation fund.
So are you saying it would automatically be set aside and this will just automatically occur if these funds are used?
We're going to budget a transfer situation in our FYE, but in the event that they need that, so let's say they have something come up and they have a in their fund and they don't have enough money to cover it, the general fund has already set aside these proceeds of, let's say it's $500,000. I think that's what you all are going to vote on to take in this budget from their fund. And if that be the case, then we're going to set aside in next budget from the general fund $500,000. So if they need that, because they do have some pending purchases that they would like to, based on the applications they have coming up that they haven't taken to the board as of yet. But if those things are approved and they need that money, that $500,000 have been set aside in our general fund budget for them, appropriated for that fund. We will then draw down from that money and transfer it into their fund as that money is needed.
What if they don't need it one year but want it the next?
We are going to do a multi-year plan. We're going to roll that over so that they will always have that money set aside for them, along with the pooled interest that's associated with that money that they would have gotten had it been sat in their fund specifically. So if it needs to go across multiple year budgets, we're going to make a footnote that says that, because this township only budgets it from one year to the next. But we are knowing that, and as with this resolution, making sure that that money will always be allocated and set aside for them. It just so happens that they had a lot of activity going on based on the conversations I've had with Daryl and Barry for FYE 27. So we are assuming that they will need those funds in FYE 27 if everything comes to fruition that they have in the pipeline that they're going to plan on acquiring. If they don't, to your point, we will have that money set aside the next year. So let's say they only use $100,000 of the $500,000, then we will have it still appropriated at $400,000 in the following year's budget, along with the associated interest.
But there has to be a real proposed expenditure. It's not just a straight transfer over and they might use it or might not. It'll be dedicated for that use.
Thank you, Nikki.
You're welcome.
Question, Nikki, does BSNA have the mechanism to do that, do the encumbrance?
Yeah, we can set up that, instead of using the word encumbrance, because that's like an expense, it has the mechanism to set aside a transfer in, transfer out our budget. And we're going to make sure it's seen, it's a line item. So it doesn't matter if there's a changing of the guard, it will be noted in the file that this is money set aside for them.
And I think that it'll be familiar to you when you see it. This township has transferred 300,000 from general fund to, parks in the past. We've done these transfer and transfer outs before. So on the tree fund, Kathy, just so you're clear, and thank you, Nikki, that was just so clear. But same idea with the tree fund, like, that's why we have a tree plan. Like, we work so hard on a tree policy, have a tree plan. We want an aspirational tree plan. I hope the tree plans, we know the capital plans certainly go far beyond any amount of money we ever have. I hope the tree plan does too. That's the idea, is to plan for the expense, plan what we need to do, and then we figure out how to fund it. So if we ever had a really ambitious tree plan, I know there's a lot of us who would support using general fund to fund some of that, but we just, haven't gotten there yet. So with the tree plan, there is a great plan. I know there's a big plan for West Scio Preserve, reforestation. I think also Liberty Pond and Van Curler. And so even with those, even if we did all of those as proposed, we would still have just over 185,000 left in the tree fund. So that is being proposed to be dedicated to this.
Would it be possible to do the same thing for the tree fund that we're doing for LPC? Is set aside 185,000 for if the tree fund should ever need it, we can transfer in, transfer out like we did in LPC.
I think it's possible. I don't know if there's the same, I think if the tree fund went away, we would still always have a tree plan that we would fund.
From where?
General
The
fund.
general fund. It's a little, we can, David, and certainly if the board wanted to do that, the board can do that. It's a little different. The tree fund is a special revenue source, but it's not a specially voted millage with an ongoing purpose. It's kind of what we're collecting from. I would hope that we would spend a whole lot more on trees than what we get from developers.
Well, let me ask if we continue to collect money from developers for excess tree removal, will that money go into the tree fund or will it go to the general fund?
Tree fund.
Tree fund.
It's required.
Required?
Yeah, in the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, the ordinance requires that we specially account for it.
I did not get your email.
Check your email.
Well, we're on the first page of this. Do you want to read through the rest or?
Yeah, so second page, just the whereas, the history of the open space millage. And is a special revenue fund for all proceeds from the specially voted millage. Second, we've got an ordinance that establishes the authority to expend revenue to acquire interest in land in accordance with the criteria and procedures set forth. The township submitted application 2025-05 to the Land Preservation Commission with a request to score and make a recommendation. The Land Preservation Commission made a twofold recommendation to purchase it, fee simple, and recommended an expenditure of up to $500,000. And as we know, the township has already agreed to a price of $1.5 million. Whereas the Open Space Fund, Fund 233, currently has a fund balance of over $3,049,000, and revenue expected yet this year is over $900,000. I will just say also, thank you, Daryl. We did triple check these numbers. They are current as of what's currently booked. So, and whereas the township's budgeted 2.597 in expenditures for land easement acquisition costs, we've expended part of that. I know there's been a lot of activity recently. The proposed capital plan submitted to Nikki, which she'll be bringing to the board for open space fund, is to spend 3.3 million next year. So that's going to be a huge year of activity. So 3.3 million of the open space fund is planned to be expended in fiscal year 27, yeah.
And that's before any partners contributions. That's if we all go to vote, correct?
Nikki, do you want to speak to that? My understanding is that's all projected open space expenditures, that 3.3 million. Is that correct, Nikki?
Yes. Yes. We haven't budgeted for the unknown for new applications that may come in for any easements. And I think David, if I'm not mistaken, you asked the question if that has money within our partners as well. We have a federal grant that is listed to offset some of that income. And we haven't listed any committed money for FYE 27 from local partners. So that $3.3 million of potential expenses for properties they want to purchase is not being offset by local partner commitment because we don't have that yet.
So it could be much less.
Right, so this is an extremely
Yes,
conservative.
This is all going along.
Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah. So, and then whereas we desire to allocate resources effectively to meet all of our stated objectives and agree that the cost to purchase the property should be allocated across more than one fund. Whereas we have determined, and Kathy, this is to your question earlier, whereas the board has determined that replenishment of the open space fund, Fund 233, using general fund resources is necessary and appropriate to maintain the funding capacity for FYE 27 land preservation priorities. Nikki, to your comment earlier, I'm thinking out loud here. Do we want to say FYE 27 and future years, or should we keep it at FYE 27 since by law we can only budget 1 year at a time?
I think we can say just what you said. We can say till future years, however, by law, we can only budget 1 year at a time.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, because I just want to be real, like we can only promise 1 year at a time. I mean, nobody can, okay.
Yeah. But it's in writing that we're willing, that way. I know that was one of Daryl's and Barry's wants to ensure that that is memorialized what we're planning on doing, that made them feel comfortable. Daryl specifically with this transfer of funds to purchase this property that we are currently talking about.
So maybe we'd say FYE 27 and future years land preservation priorities pursuant to annual budgeting requirements, or?
Yes, that's fine too.
Okay.
But that's just in the resolve, that's in the whereas.
We're getting there, John.
There's a result on that.
Yeah, I got the result.
Consistent with that one?
Well, it's gonna be.
Okay, I don't see it yet, okay.
And whereas the movement of resources between township funds must comply with PA2 of the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, GASB pronouncements, Township's Order of Resource Use Fund Balance Policy, whereas a transfer of General Fund, Fund 101, unrestricted fund balance to the Open Space Fund, Fund 233, constitutes an authorized other financing use and other financing source and does not represent a loan or receivable payable between the funds. So Kathy, it's not a payable.
Was this resolution revised since the first one was put in the packet?
Yes.
Yeah, the black,
Yes,
I
I'm
emailed
working-
out the black, and I emailed out the black line of it too. You want this copy?
Sure. So I'm working with the first
There you go.
resolution. You probably have.
Okay, John, the resolves. So the first two resolves would be an amendment to this current year budget. So we would amend this current FYE 26 budget to appropriate 185,000 of the tree fund balance to spend on land acquisition.
Yep.
All right, we would amend, we would take $815,000 from our general fund balance, currently of about 7 million. We've got about 600,000 assigned for the HVAC, to expend on land acquisition. And then we would commit to appropriate 500,000 of the unassigned general fund 101 fund balance and authorize a transfer out from the general fund 101 in budget year FYE 27 and a corresponding transfer into the open space fund 233 an amount of 500,000 plus the proportionate interest earnings for the purpose of FYE 27 and future years.
The way this reads now, it looks like a flat transfer, 27. At least that's how I read it.
Priorities as set forth. Nikki, David, by flat transfer, what do you mean?
I mean, starting FY 27 or FY 27, money's gonna move from the general fund to the LPC fund. That's how I interpret
Yeah,
this.
it would be budgeted into the fund.
Right, but when we were talking a little while ago, it was like on an as-needed basis. If their fund balance fell below what they wanna
So-
buy, we would,
There's always still the two steps of appropriations and authorization, so it would be appropriated,
Budgeted.
but it wouldn't be authorized, yeah,
Okay,
until there
Good,
was
okay.
an actual expenditure to be approved.
got it.
Sorry.
Appropriate,
That was good.
appropriate versus authorized. Okay, got it.
So John, to your earlier good suggestion, I want to make sure we capture that in the third paragraph. For the purpose of FYE 27 and future years, open space preservation priorities.
I'm open to that. I don't know that I suggested it, but I'm fine with that.
I think you had language that says as allowed by law, something like that.
Okay, yeah. And it's for the, Nikki, do you have a suggestion there? I think it's okay for the purpose of FYE 27 and future years. Do you have any concerns about that, Nikki?
No, I don't have any concerns because we may not even get to the future years if everything goes well. All this money will
Yeah.
be exhausted in this FYE 27 budget because they have these potential properties and pipeline that they're going to be acquiring.
Hopefully it'll just all happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, the next one, that we would be authorizing this expenditure of $1.5 million. We'd be paying for it, $185,000 from the tree fund, $500,000 from the open space, and $815,000 plus up to $5,000 of closing costs from the general fund. This parcel shall be maintained by Scio Township in perpetuity, made available for use by the public pursuant to rules and regulations established by the township. Be it finally resolved that the township supervisor shall designate this parcel for public use in perpetuity and attach a copy of this certified resolution to the assessing record of the affected parcel to reflect the township's commitment to preserve these lands in perpetuity for public use.
And I think we need to have a ribbon cutting when we change the name and with everything that we have gone through with this.
But for now, it will be known as parcel, not, what is it called? Park 9? Preserve 9?
The ninth, it's Scio Township's ninth preserve. We have to come up, I mean, we only heard about this 2 weeks ago. Give us a break.
I know, I just thought it'd be great to have a name at this moment, but whatever name it is.
I think we should consider that Alan Bourbano or Bill Doty.
Let me just ask you a question. I have the same question on 5 Oaks. This is a resolution, and correct me if I'm wrong, a board resolution by Board A can be changed by Board B.
Yeah, Board A could change this resolution in 2 weeks.
Right, so what prevents us from changing this resolution and selling that property off? Because my point is, do we need to put a conservation easement on this? And because it's harder to change a conservation easement than it is to change a resolution.
Yeah.
Well, have we done that with any of the other properties?
No, we haven't,
No,
but we don't have 5 developers on the board. If we had 5 developers on the board, we might. 10 years from now, 20 years from now?
well, that's why,
I'm thinking perpetuity. I mean, that's forever. Well, so 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we may not have this conservative group, this people who like trees and like property. That's my concern.
well, I agree with you, David. I mean, that's part of why I want the board to actually act to, designate these somehow. If there's stronger ways to do it, I would defer to Mariah.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I would put conservation easements on all our properties, but
But generally an easement is you're giving a benefit to someone else. So it's a little bit, I'm not sure how it would work to grant an easement to yourself. And you, as the property owner, or as the easement holder, could abandon that easement. So I'm not sure that does what you think it does, but let's talk about that
It does if we transfer to legacy land. Reserve.
That's a whole second.
Oh, no, that's a huge issue. But,
Right.
yeah, okay, all right, well, let's talk. Okay.
So I just wanna thank Nikki, I wanna thank Daryl, I wanna thank everybody who worked on this, and I have noted the couple of amendments discussed.
Who's gonna monitor this on a month-to-month basis?
What part of this?
Financial part.
So as we do, Nikki, I mean.
Nikki will be?
Yeah, I mean, the month, I mean, this is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be, so it'll show up on your, yeah, it'll show up on the revenue and expenditure report. It'll show up normally. Yeah. But the ongoing work will be the work of making it a preserve, you know. This is just a one-time thing.
We have a finance director now.
I know.
Hey. Get used to it.
We all need to get used to it.
Yeah. Trustee Reiser, did you have something to say? You started.
You talking to me?
No, thank you.
No,
Okay,
thank you.
anyone else?
I move the bottom.
Thank you.
All right,
As amended.
As an.
Thank you, Jill.
support? Is there, I'll support. I guess trustee Noel will support. A roll call vote, please.
Okay. Per our rules of order tonight, we're starting with David. David?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Gable?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Grant?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Resolution adopted 7-0.
I really appreciate
Oh, the Grove Arbors.
No,
It's the Grove Arbors Park.
Don't you even.
No.
Groves Arbor.
We'll take all those
No
letters.
Scio either.
Okay.
No Scio.
Sorry, everyone.
Okay, all right, next. What are we doing?
Yeah, so we are at, N3, possible action, Government Consulting Services International. Termination of month-to-month agreement. Kathy, I know that prepared by Treasurer Gable. However, there is an addition to this agenda item, and it looks like a report.
It's the same document that was submitted at our last meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we had submitted it for the board members to study. And then there was going to be discussion on it. And input was going to be taken by us, even points that are raised.
What can we take out?
No.
1 minute, 30-second recess.
Yeah. Oh. Same to you, thank you. Yes. And we'll be in contact still because, you know, that was an important place to say, I really believe that.
I'd like to invite John Horford to come up, just GCSI, and he'll start the conversation. And then you'll hear input from John Reiser, me, and David.
Well. Okay, let's begin. Treasurer Gable, if you don't mind, could we put the agenda that you have here after their discussion? Or would you like to do that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay. Kathy, go ahead.
John was gonna give an overview first. John Horford.
Oh, yes, okay. Hi, John.
Hey, hello,
How
thank
are
you all
you?
for having me. Doing well, you guys? Yeah, of course, happy to be here. Okay, I guess I would start by just saying that the last time I was here, we had a discussion about starting that small subcommittee And then we have been tasked with coming up with a list of potential items that we could work on to fully utilize the lobbying contract. That was done. And we have a list, and from that list, essentially what we're waiting for now is just prioritizing specific items on the list. So we have lots of potential possibilities for action items with the fire station money, the rest of the fire station money, the 450,000 and change still being the top item just to complete that effort. So I don't know if you guys have all had a copy of the list that we had essentially come up with.
We had a memo from.
And let me, I guess, just read it out loud. Under the committee brainstormed 5 potential areas: trails and parks, bus lanes and crossings, bus stops and crosswalks, traffic signals and roundabouts, and Jackson Road crossings. Was that the list?
Yes.
That was a starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a draft that can be edited and amended in any way. It's just a starting point to sort of kickstart potential efforts and to highlight the priorities of the township.
So I don't want to cut you off, John, but I have some questions. And like, on this board, there are some who are skeptical of having a lobbying services because, you know, the scarcity of funds, what do we see, do we get our bang for the buck? So the question I have is, how does Scio Township or a representative or a committee best utilize the services of a lobbyist regarding lobbying efforts or pursuing funding opportunities for things that are on our capital improvement plan, or providing or, you know, seeking earmarks and funding opportunities for things that aren't on the capital improvement plan, but nonetheless come up throughout the year, pots of money that become available unexpectedly, whether working with other municipality on joint projects, whether it's connectivity or whether it's roads or whether it's lobbying for data centers or against data centers or development or things like that. And like, I'm just a run-on question, I realize it. So, and then how do we express those priorities to you best? Through an email, through meetings, through dialogue? How do we best let the township and the public know what you're doing for us in that regard?
Yep, happy to answer that. So I would say whatever mode of communication you feel most comfortable with, I'm happy to, you know, I probably speak with Kathy more than anyone else on the board. We text, we call, we email. So whatever anyone on the board is most comfortable with, I'm more than happy to communicate in that way. I would say the most successful clients, and we have had success, you know, in our partnership as well with Scio Township, but our most successful clients essentially decide on what they want. So the group, the body, so the township, you guys would decide on what to go after. And then the plan is to find a way to make that happen. So just identifying what the genuine priorities of the board are, I think leads to the most successful outcomes. And again, right now, we're still trying to get the remainder of the money for the ladder truck, which I believe it's only a matter of time before we're successful in that effort. The thing with the appropriations process is that it's hard to win. Almost no one wins every single year. It's extremely, extremely rare. It almost never happens. So it's something that you just have to continue staying top of mind of people in the legislature, making sure that you're meeting with, you know, leadership, committee chairs, with your local representatives, having that conversation, making sure that they're educated on it. And that's part of the process that we have been a part of at GCSI with the township. And just the continuation of that process it's only a matter of time before we get our next win. It's not a if, but a win. And to the comment about there not being as much funding. That is 100% true. There is not as much funding at the state level, and I completely understand the members who have those concerns, bringing those concerns up. There is much less funding, but there is still funding nonetheless, and there are still opportunities nonetheless. And the better, you know, if we do a good job of, you know, telling that story and continuing to build the relationships and to go after that funding, like I've been saying, it really is only a matter of time before we get the next win. It's a process, and it's not constant. It's not wins every year sometimes, but it will be wins again.
Well, you commented that these are unusual times with budget cutbacks. Grant funding has been reduced. What do you offer us in these unusual times? Like what special factors should we consider, could we consider in making this decision?
I think the benefit of utilizing a lobby firm in these types of times is just the relationships that we have with leadership in the legislature, the relationships that we have with our other clients, and being able to make those connections. I mean, even locally, there are lots of opportunities. I think about the events that I've extended some invitations to that we do occasionally with the township, or with, sorry, the county. We don't represent the city of Ann Arbor right now, but almost all of the city of Ann Arbor, almost all of them come. Debbie Dingle's almost always there. There's just lots of people, CBB's there. Spark is there, lots of IPSI's there. So just lots of regional players are at these tables, and it just provides opportunity for relationship building, for collaboration, for the potential opening of doors. Like you never know what those relationships lead to. Another thing that I thought of actually when you were talking, Jillian, because you had mentioned the clerks moving the date of the primary. We represent the Michigan, the Association of Municipal Clerks at GCSI. So just even getting information related to that, and I'm sure Jessica has great information and obviously is an
I
excellent.
just don't have time to track the
Of course,
legislative stuff.
yeah, of course,
beyond
of course,
November.
yeah. But we're more than, I mean, I'm more than happy to have conversation with that group and to get the insight that may not be public and share that with the board as well. That's another advantage of, you know, utilizing a lobbying firm with numerous clients throughout the state. And then also just our relationships that we have built with the departments. For example, I'd sent over about 5 or 6 grant opportunities. One of them was identified as one that you guys are already utilizing from the DNR, from a meeting that I had, you know, a month and a half ago or so. So just being able to utilize those relationships that we have as a firm, because although I am the representative from the firm for Scio, we're able to go to other members of our 10-person lobbying firm and utilize those relationships that they have as well. So it's really an expansive, you know, offering and not just a small pinpointed type thing.
I don't remember seeing a list of grants that were available. How was that delivered?
I'm trying to remember myself.
And that's one of the, sorry.
Okay, I don't recall, but that doesn't mean you didn't send them, who did you send them to?
I can pull up the email.
Mark Brazo.
You say we're already utilizing one, so somebody from Scio must have looked at this list.
No, the person from the DNR knew that you guys were already utilizing one.
Yeah, that's probably a pathway.
Yeah.
Chris is managing.
Yeah. So yeah, that was at the end of September. Yeah, then I had sent an email about it, but.
To the entire board?
No, I just sent it to Kathy, but. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, but I send a lot of emails to Kathy, so it's easy for them to
Yeah,
get,
it's okay.
for them to get buried for sure. And that was actually the time that we were going back and forth. So there were a lot of emails at that time, especially because we were going back and forth over the list that we had curated, you know, with John and David as well. So that could have easily been lost in that translation. Yeah.
Or Kathy, were you finished at this
No,
point?
and that's, and we have some internal discussions. One, do we want a lobbyist? And two, if we do, how do we best utilize the services and best communicate, best garner the information that you need from us? Like, what role would providing you with our capital improvement plan, like these are our priorities, or these are things that we would like to do, or that we could, not everything is gonna need help funding, but like, how do we get that to you? How do you provide it to us? And then how do we internally provide it to them? That's not your problem to solve, it's our problem to solve. But if you have any suggestions in that regard.
Yeah, so Christy sent me the capital improvement plan a while ago.
Wait a minute, we haven't prioritized anything. So.
And that's the, and I think that's the, yeah,
We're going to this year, though.
yes,
Okay,
yeah, and I think that's the push.
well, you're asking a lobbyist how we're gonna prioritize?
No, how do we, how do we get our priorities, our interest to him? What's the best, yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Right, but we don't send a complete capital improvement plan without the board prioritizing our goals.
I think it was just a start,
Okay.
so that we could have an idea, he could have an idea of the issues that we're looking at.
Well, this is what I think has happened in the past, is that we know in the past that our prior supervisor dealt exclusively with GCSI, and he set the priorities. And as a resident, I found that very objectionable, so coming to this board, I don't want that to happen again, where it's a misunderstanding, or I thought you wanted pathways. And Hathaway was all pathways, all the time, you know, and there was no balance of any of that, so.
One of the issues was, first, we were going to establish the committee. We were going to agree on a committee charge. That was where I thought we were after our last meeting.
Right, so why are we not doing that?
Well, that is what we're trying to do.
First.
That's what we're trying to do. It
Without-
kind of, it startled me to see the name of this agenda item, which was essentially non-renewal of the contract. When
It's
that,
been brought up repeatedly because
Well,
we're past the 6 months.
first, we were going to establish a committee and a committee charge and discuss it at the board level. That hadn't happened.
Okay, I'm just always worried about the cart before the horse.
Well, and I think to come up with a committee charge before we know we even want a lobbyist. I think the threshold question is, do we want a lobbyist at all? And then if we do, how to best utilize one? Like, I don't know, I don't wanna
So
spend
that
time.
was the purpose of Ryan's agenda item, which we have been bringing forth. Let's decide if we want a lobbyist. That's what I thought he was trying to accomplish in multiple submissions to the agenda.
Yeah, but I think it would help for us to know how we might best use a lobbyist if we decide, in our decision whether we should have one. But, sorry, I'll wait to be called on.
Well, actually, Clerk Flintoff has been patiently waiting.
Apologies.
She wanted to speak. We thought the three of you were gonna speak first, and then we were going to.
David hasn't yet. But
So if, David, would you like to?
My only comment is, I don't know if this is about money, but we're paying them right at $40,000 a year, which for just the fire truck, that's 10 years worth of the money we paid them, was just the money we got for the fire truck. So I don't see, I mean, we may get 1 or 2 years where we don't get anything, as John was saying. And then 3 years from now, we might get another $500,000 for a bridge somewhere or something like that. So I think it's cutting our nose off to spite our face to cancel this contract, just because we haven't seen any productivity in the last 6 months or whatever it is. No offense to you, because these opportunities don't come up anymore. So he has to be there, but of course he has to know what we want and what our priorities are in order to be in the right place at the right time when these opportunities crop up. So I'm not in favor of eliminating this or terminating this month-to-month agreement.
Treasurer Yeaple?
A couple of pieces of information, just as background. This is from our meeting minutes of the last meeting we approved earlier this evening. Specifically, starting at Carrie summarized the discussion thus far. She asked Riser to bring the GCSI item back as an agenda item to a future meeting, emphasizing the questions: does the board want a lobbying service? If so, should they publish an RFP? Emphasizing the value of defining stated policy priorities independent of any decision on lobbyist services. Flintoff requested that the previously tabled GCSI contract also be returned for an up or down vote. Yeaple supported placing the matter on the next agenda for a final decision. Riser confirmed he would work with Nolan Reed to prepare materials for the next meeting's agenda. I created this item either Monday or Tuesday last week after seeing no agenda item that had been created to further what the last meeting had talked about. I wasn't trying to do it to be underhanded or short-sighted. I value the contributions, but I also value that this is a lot like the trash item. We spend our tires a ton of time on this. And the amount of time we're spending on a $40,000 contract, it's time for the work to get done, but it's time to stop paying them. No offense to the nice people from GCSI, like it is up to us to do the work, and it can't always be the same person or persons doing the work. And I'm not castigating or blaming anybody about things that are or are not done. I look at the meeting minutes and I'm like, okay, we said we would do this. It's not there. So I just want something to happen.
You just want a conclusion.
I want a conclusion. Whatever the conclusion is, I want us to keep moving because we spent a ton of time and a ton of money on this. And admittedly, yes, they have raised money for us. They have been able to provide, I mean, if you're looking at it from a return on investment quantification, okay, yeah, I agree with that. But this is what we said, what we stated in our budget. This is where I sit at on the issue. I'm not, like I said, I have nothing against GCSI or any of the representatives personally. I just want us to do the right thing by what we're spending our funds on. Thanks.
Clerk Flintoff.
So I have a comment for the board and then 2 questions for John. So I do think that this item has like a conflation of several different issues. So I think that we approved, we talked about this at budget time. I agree with Ryan, we've spent way too much time at the board table talking about this and not going in any particular direction. When we adopted the budget, we said 6 months. And during that period of time, we'd decide what we were gonna do. And then for the last several months, this started as like the GCSI contract renewal with an enhanced scope of work, up or down, and then we keep tabling it, and then the committee and this and that. What I just wanna say is, you know, we are out of contract paying month to month. And I would support Ryan's model motion here to terminate the month-to-month agreement. I say that, and I would also support, because I don't think they're directly connected, working on a committee, figuring out how we want to prioritize, possibly engaging GCSI again or another lobbying firm. But I don't want to keep paying without a plan. So I don't think we need a plan before we decide on GCSI. I think that these issues have gotten conflated and they're kind of 2 different things, at least in my mind. Questions for John. These are 2 very different types of questions, John, but since you're here, and thank you for being here. The annual report we get on the lobbying disclosure, it always shows that only about 7% of what we pay you is used for lobbying. Why is that?
I've not,
Are you familiar with that report that we get, that
no,
disclosure? We have to annually sign off, and I'm sorry, I didn't know you were gonna be here tonight. I would have
no worries.
found the report,
Mhm.
but it's an annual report that we sign off on. We're required to disclose how much public money we spend on lobbying. The form comes from GCSI, and I'll send it to you after so you can take a look at it. But annually, and it shows that about 7% of what we pay you is actually for lobbying as defined. So that's a question I have for GCSI.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know why it would, and I'm not exactly sure, and I can look into that because it would be different client to client. For example, to bring up that point, I know that there's an idea that nothing is essentially happening right now. But the work always continues, the conversations always continue. We still meet with the appropriations chairs constantly. We meet with leadership constantly. I talk with your representatives regularly. It's a strange process, especially in times like this when there's not a lot getting done. There's less money, but then there's also less policy getting passed as well at the state level. So those conversations are essentially a key part of the work to try to keep the priorities, and the priority right now is obviously getting the rest of the money for the ladder truck top of mind for people in the legislature and top of mind for people in leadership positions that aren't affiliated with Scio Township. So how do we stay on their radar? It's through these conversations that our firm is fortunate enough to have with these people who help to make these decisions down the stretch. So that work is constant, and it really does, it continues. And if it would help to just get an update every time those types of meetings or interactions happen, I'm more than happy to do that as well, in addition to the weekly legislative updates.
And my second question, and then I'll be done, and this is pragmatic. We don't have that first money from the ladder truck, so just to be clear, we have the promise of it. We don't have that first money.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on the rest of the money for Park Road and waiting on the rest of the money from Pathway. So my question to you, and part of the reason why I wasn't supportive of all those NEDC grants and set-asides, and our new finance director, Nikki Timmons, first question she asked, she said, where is the written assurance that the ladder truck money will be available now, since we're in the next fiscal year of the state? And the Park Road and the Z Road Pathway, those two grants came through MEDC. This fire truck, ladder truck, I think is through labor.
Leo.
Leo.
Yeah, I believe it's Leo, Labor and Economic Opportunity.
And Jillian and I have talked about this with Nikki. So what written assurance can you find for us that that ladder truck money is still available to us?
Oh, it's in law. I mean, it's in the budget signed by the governor. It would be a major violation of law for you not to receive that money.
So how does that work? So, because it was last year's budget, and like this Park Road and Pathway, this is honestly maybe just a state government 101 question. So it was last year's appropriations. I think Park Road, Pathway, those were prior year's appropriations. Where is that money? Because we're year by year, we do annual budgeting, as we talked about before. I thought the state did annual budgeting. Where is that money? Where is the fund balance? If I said, show me the balance sheet, where is that money? Is it really set aside for us? Because I thought they also did annual appropriations.
It should be set aside. So, and I can look into that specifically and just see, what the timeline essentially is on that, or what the holdup is on that.
Written assurance, because I don't know all of the state budget policy on what happens with unspent funds, which is what we have. We have 3 unspent state grants that we have successfully lobbied for. And a lot of that's on us. The fire truck, we're waiting for it to be built. What can we do? Park Road, there's a lot we could do. The Pathway, we're moving it forward. But I mean, both of those things could have been, faster, a little bit faster. So I just want to make sure, and Nikki brought up a really good point when she got here, let's, see the documentation that that money is still there for us.
Yeah, I can get
Great.
that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Anything else? So, yes, we've had the same conversation, I think this is the third time.
At least, yeah.
At least, okay. And I value GCSI and what GCSI has done for us. Ladder truck to $750,000 at MEDC grants, excuse me. But again, we haven't had a plan and we need to take action. We have this couple of, excuse me, committee proposal, and then also from Trustee Reiser lobbying services. We just need to get this figured out and move forward. I don't know, what is it that the three of you want from us?
Well, I support renewing the GCSI contract. And I think it's short-sighted to not renew it, given the history, given what they've done for us. So I would like to renew it for 12 months. I would like the three of us to buckle down and do some work, serious work, on a committee charge. We've kind of got it.
Yeah,
We've kind of got it.
We have it, and
Yeah.
and I guess what I want is some direction, or what it would help to have some direction from this board, that if we are going to have a lobbyist, should there be a person that interfaces with that firm, or should it be a committee? What are your thoughts in that regard?
Well, John, I think that if you put an agenda item out there that says, let's set our priorities, let's set who's in charge, but that hasn't happened, and that's not even on this agenda item today.
We can revise it.
So,
But I'm saying that we expected a proactive agenda item that would have, where we get to priority setting, and we haven't.
I didn't expect this agenda item. It's on the agenda, quite frankly, and I've discussed it privately with Ryan.
But he read the meeting minutes where.
Yeah, but still, it wasn't what we didn't say, okay, at the next meeting, we're gonna talk about termination of the contract. That is not what we said. And yet that's what he did. He didn't discuss the issue.
Because he's not on the subcommittee.
Well, yeah, but he chose to terminate the contract on it.
He's just moving the process along.
Well, and it is.
Can add a point of clarity, we're not in a contract.
Yeah, we're not-
month to month
we're-
I know,
agreement.
yes.
Just putting that out there.
We are.
And the reason,
contract.
and
We have
another
no contract,
reason,
John.
yeah, another reason I chose to do this at this meeting is if we waited to the meeting of the 9th. Once again, no, that's GCSI, they accept, we have another invoice that
Another
comes
bill.
due and payable December 8th. And so, yes, it doesn't seem that far away, and truthfully, December 9th isn't that far away. But it's just another month where we have another charge and we don't have something done. I guess I'll add in, just to give you guys a couple pieces of my look at this. I do think the basic charge is okay. I would probably add, I just want more than quarterly. I think that frequency is a little light. Especially if we're trying to accomplish some of these projects, especially some of the projects that we think that for more frequent communication with state officials and state agencies, that we have a higher chance of, and even if not in the current 12 months, in the next 24 or 36 months, being successful, obtaining funding or changing a policy. I think the other thing we need to look at, other than the next ability to obtain funding, is some of the things that maybe they could do. For example, people passing away in a prison that's not in our township, but it's in our county because the Department of Corrections can't be bothered to clean it. We have people with mold growing out of their face, their nose, their ears, because the Department of Corrections can't be bothered to take care of the people that are trusted to it. That would maybe move the needle a little bit more with me, if we have a broader policy platform in addition to. I get it, it's great if we could just work with them to obtain more money, that's wonderful, but at the end of the day, we're here to serve, even if it's not, hopefully it's mostly the residents of Zion, not necessarily the greater good of the county, the state.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, that's what I said last time too, is like, if we had a policy, like, you know, we talked about food stamps, these kind of devastating cuts, these ridiculous work requirements, like, I mean, part of our policy platform, in addition to, you know, build, needs to be like advocating for like policies to support the working poor, the least amongst us, like, I mean, those are our residents,
But
you know?
how do we, but how does the Kathy, if she's lead on this, how does she, I said if,
No,
how does she?
the lobbyist is gonna know, like, you know, here, the lobbyist is gonna know what, you know, legislative items are before us, you know, things that are going to restrict access to basic needs or
How do
things that
we-
are going to
We
expand.
need to garner that and then communicate it to him.
Agreed.
Yeah, but I agree with you, like, I think we have good guts of a policy platform and we can develop it. I think we can finalize a committee charge. The piece that's not here is a proposed contract, and I think it was here a couple meetings ago. Yeah, and so I don't know, you know, but anyways, I just wanna say, maybe the best we can do tonight is like make a clear plan with a clear timeline of our next steps, because I don't think we're gonna,
So.
you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to move it forward.
Can I just ask a question real quick? Do we have the same problem, the same discussion with OHM or Carlisle Wharton? We don't even have a contract with that, do
We have a contract with Carlisle Wortman.
we? Do we renew it every year?
It's coming up in a couple
I'm
months.
just curious why we didn't just renew the GCSI contract when it expired. Why the,
No one brought it forward.
so why don't we just, as Kathy said, why don't we just renew it? What is the?
Because it came forward and there didn't seem to be enough board support for it. But nobody just took the vote, which is what Ryan's kind of suggesting. I mean, I think if I'd have to go back and look at those minutes, it was either a discussion or
Are
we
we on
had
a
a vote.
month-to-month basis on our old contract?
Well,
Actually,
No, we're out
We're
of
just-
contract. They send us an invoice, we pay it.
Got it.
Yeah. I mean, this is not, I'm just saying, it's not, we also budgeted for 6 months because we have had this indecision or, you know, I think this is the right direction to go, is to first get a policy platform, you know, and then
Well,
figure out.
That's what we've been trying to do, and sometimes our discussions are lengthy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just on this issue, it's on many issues. Because we're trying to work together as a board.
So would it be appropriate, and I'm not making a motion, but would it be appropriate to put forward a motion that directs the GCSI committee to bring back, 1, a proposed contract, 2, a proposed committee, and 3, proposed priorities for GCSI?
Could I narrow that a little bit?
Yeah, and I haven't made a motion. I'm just
Yeah, I
trying to
would
get the-
say, I think it would make sense to bring a proposed contract with whatever scope of services is in there, and I think we've talked about some of that, you guys added that. And then if we could get a proposed policy platform, priorities, whatever you wanna call them. But if we could get that far.
But there's funding and priorities and there's also lobbying priorities.
Right, and then just set I think the committee thing, we could figure out at a subsequent point, like that's pretty easy, once we have, what are the priorities that we want a lobbyist to work on?
Then we're gonna have to have this discussion again.
Yep.
There's no easy way to end this, Ryan.
Well, but these are
At
different
this time.
issues, this
Well,
takes
they're
time.
interrelated
No, I
issues.
think I
They're
also,
interrelated. There's the committee.
I agree they're getting connected in a lot of ways. I see it as 2 distinct unique communication.
Yeah, I think they're distinct.
Okay, so wouldn't the committee bring back to us the priorities and the policies? It's like we're circular here, just,
I disagree. I think for something like this has to be board priorities. We've got capital plans, we've got
But
legislative
we're gonna have to
priorities.
have these discussions.
Oh, I agree.
So what I wanna do is come away with a clear to-do list that gives me what I need to do and not procrastinate. What, by the December 9th meeting, the Saturday, the whatever, the noon meeting, whatever when that one is?
I am suggesting that we kind of take this in bite sizes and first start with like priorities and then figure out how to operationalize them with the committee. The committee's kind of the
So
secondary.
there's priorities and there's policy.
So
Right?
I would say, yeah, I would say both, John, priorities and policy.
Okay, so if the charge is for the GCSI ad hoc committee to bring back to this board a proposed priorities for legislation and funding opportunities and a proposed GCSI lobbying policy.
Or contract.
Contract.
We have the contract.
Contract, but wouldn't you want a policy? About how we're gonna get that information and report back on a monthly basis or bi-monthly basis?
I mean, I guess.
Or no?
That feels like overkill, but isn't that his job?
Okay.
Yeah. I just want clear direction, Jill. I don't wanna say, I don't wanna screw it up again.
and also
There's not been screwing up. It's just
our committees,
disagreement.
when we have committees, correct? And those committees are recommending bodies to the board. So you create, well, what we've talked about here and bring it back to the board to recommend to us, and then we'll tear it apart.
But tonight, yeah, we heard some things for the first time. We heard Ryan's talking about problems with jail system in Washtenaw County. Well, that, we had never talked about that before. And even, there's something you said, Jessica, that it was like you were expressing it for the first time, this issue. So, I mean, we've all played a role in the delays here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I do think that the board, I think it's this board that needs to come up with our policy legislative priorities. I don't think it's something that we would create a committee to come tell us, because let's be real, we know what our priorities are. But we just need to come to some consensus. Like, I mean, we all have all these committees. We have land preservation and parks and capital plans. Like, we know what the priorities might be. We just have to distill them.
Regarding that, but as far as the legislation, we don't, because you brought something up and you brought something up.
Yeah.
Could I offer a couple, maybe an idea to facilitate this, so we can at least have a discussion next time? If everyone would take some time and come up with a list of 5, let's say 5, just for a starting number, and somebody can help me refine this. 5 either ideas or overall goals that we would like to see GCSI and or a lobbyist, and I just pick GCSI, a lobbyist help the township achieve. That could be something from the capital improvement plan. That could be something policy driven. I think if we all came with 5, my goal would be to have a relatively brief, sort of like we did with some of the strategic planning stuff, or we get more of like a range.
Yeah, right.
If we have some overlap, then we can sort of start at the top with the things that have the most commonality and work our way down. That way we at least make another step forward in the right direction. Instead of sort of trying to figure out what our goals are, what our priorities are, we can at least all bring something.
What role would our capital improvement play in all of this?
Well, that could be.
Well, that's a
some
set,
part of
that's one.
somebody's
That'll
pie.
be one of my 5.
Yeah.
Help us fund the capital improvement plan. You know, I mean, but I think my question to GCSI or any lobbyist is, so there's legislation out there, right? Like, and let's say it's not a piece of legislation that we've written, that we've been working on with you for years. let's say it's just a lot of bad legislation, like legislation that's gutting food stamps and things. Do you have capacity to, or like ranked choice voting? I totally disagree with the MAMC on that. Like, I think it's ridiculous that they imposed that. I thought it was pathetic. Like, there's so many reasons to support it. Like, what kind of capacity do you have if we all had said, yes, the Little Scio Township Board loves ranked choice voting, dang it. Like, what could you have done for us?
We can go to the sponsors of the bills, we can go to the committee chairs, and we can have that discussion and just, you know, make our case to why you support that specific, you know, item.
Even though, just throwing it out there on that specific item, it sounds like the Clerks Association has one view.
Correct, they do.
Yeah, like the
No,
MTA.
We may or may not.
No, but like the MTA, we are in opposition to the MTA all the time.
Yeah.
You know, like on environmental stuff and things. Like, I mean, there's a lot of these associations of, you know, local officials and local, you know, that we're not represented by. So I'm just wondering, like, you know, I don't know. I guess I'm just wondering if the cost benefit of that.
It just depends on how involved you want to be in that process as well. Is it just stating and going to committee and putting in a card of support? Is that having a conversation with the people that are drafting legislation and making amendments to that legislation? It just depends on, you know, how involved you guys want to be, and that comes down to you guys.
Also, I want to say, Bob, engage in this process. I would favor continuing to pay that on a month-to-month basis as we are.
I want a deadline for these.
Why not just renew the contract?
Well, I would favor that, of course, but it sounds like some of these people don't want to do it that way. And I don't know, we could try a vote and see where we are.
I mean, that's probably where we're gonna.
Well, that's what Ryan was doing.
I mean,
Well,
it,
your vote
like I
wasn't,
said,
yours wasn't.
you know, my
You know,
my goal of this is similar to the garbage item. We had done so much talking for so long about this and that. I just want to see where we go next. If my motion fails, so be it. If it passes, so be it. I just, that sounds a bit fatalistic and I'm not.
Yeah, but we've spent 40 minutes on this already.
Here's a model
It's like
motion.
Groundhog Day.
Let's do this. Let's start with
So I'll
Treasurer Yeaple.
offer the model motion to direct the office coordinator to notify GCSI that Scio Township is terminating the month-to-month agreement with GCSI as of December the 5th, 2025.
Is there support?
I'll support with a friendly amendment and to direct the GCSI subcommittee to return with proposed priorities and committee charge.
I accept that.
I like the process that Ryan's saying, that we would all bring stuff to talk about, we would all participate, we would take the time at the board table. And then, you know, if it seems like our policy priorities would be furthered by having a lobbyist, then we could engage a lobbyist.
So I would like these two separated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because then if we're in agreement with one but not the other, then we're canceling.
Okay, that's
Um,
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I just want to say I'll support Ryan's motion as presented without the friendly amendment. I just want to be clear that I also want to see this work go forward. That if we do need to decide that we need a lobbyist, that we would engage GCSI or another lobbyist with a contract, but not with this kind of month-to-month out of contract arrangement.
roll call vote, please.
Wait,
Oh,
question.
sure.
If this motion passes, and we cancel the month to month, what happens to our outstanding appropriations? Who's gonna bird dog for that? Who's gonna watch over that for us?
Well, we'll keep tracking it down as
Carry
we have.
Ryan.
Well, as we have been, David, I mean, we've been,
Isn't that triggered by an expenditure?
so we draw down Murphy, Chris, Rebecca, now Nikki. I mean,
Okay, so roll call vote, please.
On the model motion?
But, yes, Treasurer Yeaple, could you read the model motion again, so everybody's clear?
To direct the office coordinator to notify GCSI that Scio Township is terminating the month-to-month agreement with GCSI as of December the 5th, 2025.
Okay. Reed,
No.
Riser,
No.
Carrie,
No.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
No.
motion fails 3-4.
Can I have I'd like to move that the ad hoc lobbying committee convene and report back on December 9th regarding one, proposed legislation and funding priorities for Scio Township, and two, a proposed contract for lobbying services.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I support.
Would you please repeat that, John?
Yeah, I wrote it down
Please.
too for you, Jess.
Thank
I
you.
move that the ad hoc lobbying committee convene and report back on December 9th regarding one, a proposed legislative and funding priority for Scio Township, and two, proposed contract for lobbying services.
I guess I have one procedural question on this. Because they're a committee of the board, they have to comply with the OMA, correct?
We've never established them as a committee.
Okay.
They're just calling them, they've
They're
elevated.
just calling themselves.
John has
Yeah,
elevated them
okay.
to a committee.
Volunteers?
No, ad hoc.
Volunteers?
Ad hoc.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I,
fine.
I said ad hoc, yeah.
It is ad hoc.
It is.
Yeah,
It
okay,
is.
that's fine.
And John's writing it out for me, so I'm fine. Thank you. And a clarifying question, would that be a contract with GCSI?
I think so.
I think so too. We'll bring it back.
Okay.
And the contract from last year is still good? I mean, the one we have is still good?
Well,
We'll
I'm
look
certainly
at it.
gonna,
I think
that's,
so.
I'm gonna reach out to council on that one.
There was a proposal for an RFP of
Yeah.
something.
I'd rather maintain the continuity with GCSI at
Just,
this point. We got
just-
a lot of stuff hanging. We would be newly establishing some of our goals for this committee,
Mhm.
finding our way with the situation. I'd rather not be searching for another firm at this time.
One piece of information for everybody. December the 3rd, next Wednesday is the publishing date.
Is what?
The publishing date for our next board packet.
Week from tomorrow. Would you like to do this on December 23rd?
Before the 30th of December, it's Thanksgiving.
It doesn't give you much time with Thanksgiving.
I think we do, David.
I would like
This
to.
is the kick in the pants I needed.
Well, wait, December 3rd or 20th, the end?
December 3rd.
No,
December 3rd is the agenda item.
It's agenda
I'm
item.
aware.
Yeah.
That means I gotta send her an email, say, Christy, please add this, once I get buy-in from you folks.
But
and-
it's
and
just
some
Thanksgiving
suggested
holiday.
priorities. What's that?
So you're all having Thanksgiving together to
Of
knock
course,
this
I
out?
am. That's a no-brainer.
Okay. Okay, well. Then December 9th it is, but December 3rd is the deadline.
Yeah, well, yeah, it might not pass.
Okay, so we have a motion.
A motion by Riser, support by Noel.
Let's roll call vote, please.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
I want to
Thank
take a
you.
vote of that.
No, thank you all.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, John.
Thank
Happy
you, John.
Thanksgiving.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah,
And
happy
John,
Thanksgiving, John.
Thank you, just let me know what you can find out about that ladder.
Yeah, I'll get on that ASAP.
Appreciate it,
Yeah,
thank
of
you.
course.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
please.
absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Let's see.
Thank you, Christy.
Uh-huh.
So we are, N2, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right, and two. Possible action, written opinion on insurance coverage in case State versus Carrie and Treasurer Yeaple. Would you like to present?
Yep. Thank you. The board previously entered into agreement with Attorney Robbie Hamawi to determine if the insurance denials of the case of State versus Carrie should be further pursued. The board took action back on June the 24th of 2025 to have myself sign the engagement letter with Attorney Hamawi. Attorney Hamawi has reviewed the insurance denial documents as well as other documents related to the case. I have the legal opinion here that he's prepared to bring legal opinion. Subject to this, the board of trustees may enter closed session to review the written legal opinion under authority of MCL 15.268H to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. I make that motion at the encouragement of our
Is there support? Okay, all in favor say, or no, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Okay, so the motion to move into closed session under authority of MCL 15.268 subsection H to consider, would it be a friendly amendment, Ryan, to include in the motion that it's to consider this opinion?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Gable?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Grant?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0. We're now in closed session at 9:56 PM. The board will go to the small conference room. We'll return here to enter open session. We're done.
Hold on. And M1.
Okay, we're live.
Is there a motion to come back from closed session and to continue with the agenda?
So,
Support by riser.
okay, Reed Riser.
All in favor say aye.
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 So that was to come back to open session and continue the agenda?
Yes.
Okay,
Right, out of closed session.
thank you. You intended for us to finish the agenda. You're trying to do it deeper.
Well, yes, okay.
Awesome.
Do you need some?
Oh, she's getting me a cup.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see what was behind you. I didn't want you standing there, waiting for somebody. Okay, M1. Possible action, approval of claim for payment for attorney fees related to case number 2024-24 F3-0828-FY. Oh, right, well, to vote, I can still have discussion.
Yeah, so our rules say vote. By tradition, we usually recuse ourselves from discussion as well, but it's up to you. It's not per the rules. I remember a very, very long conversation with Jane Vogel and Jim Fink happening on this topic once upon a time.
What has our practice been?
To abstain from our practice, and it's
From
not a rule,
deliberation
from
and-
deliberation and the vote has been our practice. Since, but it's not a rule, but that has been our practice, and I remember it being discussed at length when Jane Vogel wanted to participate in the conversation of who would replace her.
So as the sponsor of it, do we then let that person, Supervisor Carey, kind of talk about it, give the background? That's not part of the deliberation, but the presentation, or does it just, we just proceed on, on the text?
Do you need background?
No, no, but this is new. No, that's a good point. We don't need background.
This is
But-
unfinished.
What?
I will note that Plan Commission bylaws specifically state that.
Yeah.
Yes, the planning commission bylaws. I'm looking, I have passed most,
So I think the first thing to do is just to state what conflict, and then you request permission from the board to recuse yourself. Voting, deliberation for both.
oh, it looks like,
I mean, I think it's been deliberation. I think it was before when we did this.
yeah, I'm looking,
Yeah.
Focus, Kathy, I'm sorry.
There's coffee.
I'm losing.
For those of you at home who are hearing some sound, coffee is being brewed.
For the sheriff.
For the sheriff, the deputy.
The deputy.
Next time I'll bring my own.
so I'm looking at a pass October 22nd, 2024. Board meeting where that was when Clerk Flintoff had presented the first payment or
Yeah.
proposed.
4 or 5 times.
Yeah, and so, well, no, this is the very first one. And it looks like we had 2 sets of votes, one for Hathaway to abstain and then one for me.
Yeah.
And that there was no further discussion from either one, at least there's no.
Yeah. And that was under our old rules, but our practice was similar. Okay.
Well, I have presented approval of claim for payment for attorney fees. And here it is. This is what was on last time and
Would you like to request?
oh, yes, I had said that earlier, request to recuse myself.
And for what reason?
Well, because I have an interest in these attorney fees to be paid.
I'd make a motion to recuse Supervisor Carey for the reasons stated on the record.
Support.
Voice vote, please.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Would you all like me to facilitate this? Or does somebody else want to? I'm just gonna start facilitating until there's a motion to appoint another facilitator. That's probably the quickest.
Without
way.
objection, the consensus, by consensus.
All right. So this is the same claim for payment. We talked about it last time. I think maybe what we should do is maybe go around a little bit and kind of talk about kind of any kind of ideas people have for addressing this. We've heard at this table repeatedly concerns about the costs, be it the reasonableness, be it the ongoing nature of it, the amount, the dollar amount, is what I've heard consistently. I will remind this board that we budgeted $310,000 in FYE 26 for this purpose. I earlier today pulled up my budget footnote that I'd done like in December of 2024 when I was coming up with an estimate, a wild estimate, because who knows, so I'm not saying this was a good estimate, but I do have the footnote here. And the estimate was for 15,000 legal fees a month over 12 months, plus maybe another 30,000 in fees per month for 3 intensive months. We were thinking that this would cover a trial, including 40,000 in expert fees. So I am not saying that it was scientific, but I did remind myself that this was thinking this would be all the way through trial. And certainly to everyone's, kind of horror as this goes on, the cost to taxpayers continue to go on. We have, according to the statement here, and is this This isn't the most recent one. I wanna pull the most recent one. If people would go to page 248, but it's the statement here, this statement that we're looking at. Make sure you're looking at the one that's dated 10/30/25. At the very bottom, October 30th, 25. This is the current statement. Yeah, agree? So we have passed 4 resolutions for reimbursement to Jillian totaling $181,605.81, so $181,000. The amount currently outstanding that's been reviewed by Mariah to confirm that they're actual costs and eligible. With Rebecca just kind of double checking the math. And again, we don't see the invoices in order to maintain the attorney-client privilege that Jillian has with her attorney. Outstanding is $91,138. That is through September. So that'd be about $270,000 through September. And we have $40,000 more budgeted for 6 more months. So through March. Is everybody following? We got 310,000 budgeted through March.
4/1, whatever, yeah, 3/30.
Yeah, for services through March. Yeah, March 31st. We've already paid out 181,000. There's another 91,000 that's been reviewed. I would just note that, you know, at this pace, this blows our budget out of the water of 310
When's
because
the trial date?
I believe it's in April. Jillian, could you answer that for us?
Am I allowed to?
It's a
Does
factual
anybody
question.
knows? Does anybody know?
April 13th,
Thank you.
9 a.m.
Okay, April 13th. So I think there's different ways to control the costs. And my hope would be that the board could talk about some of those ways and at least come up with some ideas. Maybe, you know, develop some and come back to the board table with something formulated. I don't see anything additional in here that's any different from last time in terms of different, this is the same amount being requested.
Has anything changed from last time?
Not from what I see. You mean the materials that we had last time?
I mean, in terms of the facts and any dialogue that Jillian, you've had with your attorneys about cost reduction. Has anything changed in that regard?
Okay, so am I allowed to be part of discussion or not?
So I think it's, I don't know. I think
Frankly, if you want answers to the questions, we have, the questions of Julian, then we need to allow them to discuss.
yeah, I think if it's questions and information,
Deliberating.
as long as it's not deliberation, I think the purpose of the stepping aside is to not deliberate and influence, but I think seems appropriate if there's information she wants to share. I don't know if there's others have opinions.
I agree.
I think that's up to you guys.
So you think it's a policy decision?
Yes.
I would
That's
be
fine with me.
supportive if we keep it as like
Q&A?
factual Q&A, yeah. Is that okay with you, Jillian?
Sure.
Okay, awesome.
Go
Well-
ahead, Kathy. Oh, sorry.
Well, I did already ask, has
Okay.
anything changed? Have you had dialogue with your attorneys?
Yes, and we sent a letter to the board. Did you read the letter?
I
Oh.
did.
Okay, and at the end, So.
The letters in our correspondence, if you're referring us to the letter.
Yes, and at the end, it does state, there's some, we have had discussions.
So
There is some, there's a firm involved, so the firm would have to be involved moving forward.
So let's refer to the letter then. The letter, I did read that and I thought, so that last letter says, we can discuss new rates moving forward to ensure my Sixth Amendment right to effective counsel is upheld. That's after each, that's after okay. So Kathy, do you see that last sentence?
Wait, I'm looking at the attachments for this agenda. It's not in,
In the correspondence.
Yeah, communications.
Okay. So it sounds like Jillian is saying that we can discuss new rates. I would like to, I think there's, bottom line, I think there's like different ways we can control the costs. The board can say, we're gonna pay up to X. 310,000 is what we're currently at without doing another budget amendment. Or we could put it in a resolution, however it is, it could be X, right? We could say we'll reimburse up to Y hourly rate. I know Kathleen has brought some data about, different hourly rates. What are others' ideas about controlling costs?
I read the letter and I appreciate the letter. I truthfully, Julie, it was signed by you, so I didn't know it was written by you and the attorney, so.
It was collaborative.
Okay.
Part of it was from the response to the MOU from before.
Okay. I'm looking at going back to the State Bar of Michigan data that Kathleen had provided to us earlier this year. I'm thinking about, and I see what the letter says about this, but the criminal felony level has different percentiles, the median, the mean, 75th percentile, 95th percentile. I don't have the answer right offhand, but somewhere between the median and the 75th percentile seems reasonable.
What is that?
316 an hour is mean, and 75th percentile was $400 an hour.
currently how much an hour?
Sorry, I might be able to answer that.
What's 75?
One is 650 and one is 750.
And remember, there's experts that.
Another way to control costs is to say, and one thing I've wondered about, and that's about as far as I've gotten, is, how long this goes, right? I mean, we all hope that, this had never happened. Second best is these charges get dropped, right? I'm always hoping for that to happen. But, what if this goes through trial? What if this goes to appeal? What if this goes to representation while on probation? Like, how long does a criminal case go? And I'm just thinking talking strictly about costs, like how long is our obligation? When is the case over?
Well, I thought it would be over by now.
Well, no, we all
At
thought,
what stage?
but I just mean at what stage?
Dismissal, appeal.
Yeah,
probation,
exactly. I'm just saying,
Like-
like, potentially, cases and maybe there could be a sentencing, and then the person who is, on probation may have representation. There could be appeal, there could be all sorts of things. There could be lots of twists and turns.
Well, it says the township shall pay for, engage, or furnish the services of an attorney to advise the officer or employee as to the action and to appear for and represent the
We've
officer.
got that in front of us.
Right, well, that's exactly, there's your answer right there.
If I could, I would say, so that is, that it does not say endlessly, the action. So I guess it's sort of a question, and maybe we can't answer it here. It's, I guess, more of a legal question, Mariah, but like in the action, that case, State of Michigan v. Carey, like if it's appealed, is that covered under that? I mean, arguably might be. And I know that came up before when there was a conversation with Jillian around a MOU about, would the township pay for appeal? And hopefully we won't even be there. Hopefully these charges will just be dropped, but it's possible. So I guess the other kind of cost limiting is like, we could cap hourly rate, cap total amount, or say pay until, disposition.
So are there kind of two things before us? One, paying what is currently owed the attorneys for the representation to date, or when's the 91K through? Is that through 10/30?
That's through September, John.
Okay, I'm just saying last updated. So this is through 9/30, thank you. So 9/30. So what should we do about the liability that's through 9/30, the 91K? And then what do we do? I mean, might they be different? What do we do about, and maybe there's three questions. What should we pay the 91K? What rate should we pay going forward? If it's something other than their rate, and then at what phase or process or step does our indemnification of her stop? Like, does it stop at a dismissal or conviction and sentencing? Does it stop at appeals? You get an appeal by right to the Court of Appeals if there's a conviction, and then you can seek leave to appeal to the Supreme Court if there's an adverse, rendering of an opinion at the Court of Appeals. So there's like, it's kind of a compound question that asks potentially a few things.
Agreed.
Here's a thought, something else that ordinance says is, or furnish the services of an attorney. One thought, to try to do some cost containment, and I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it, but a thought is if our agreement was, if the board engaged the attorney, the board could then dictate, as long as the attorney agreed, the rate, or a cost cap, or something.
Right, that's
Because the
another
board's-
option.
It's not, it's already.
Well, it is an option for the township. We've talked about this. I'm not proposing it.
Third attorney?
It could be the same firm, could be the same member of council.
So I think,
Could.
we things rolled out the way they rolled out, and this board has expressed before, wanting to support the fact that Jillian chose the attorneys she chose and not wanting to disrupt that, right? And our township attorney could not represent her because of the conflict happening here, filed by a prior supervisor, et cetera. It's obvious. But it is possible that this board could furnish an attorney. So I just think all options need to be on the table for this board. If we furnished an attorney, I would assume we would, maybe there's a few, good attorneys, Mariah and Jim could find, offer them to the supervisor, have her pick one, the bills come to the township.
Okay.
And I just want to say that is in there, and that's what a lot of places do, like larger jurisdictions. And had we known, none of us had ever been through this before. You know, this is not, it's been denied twice by our insurance company. We're not gonna have the insurance company come in and appoint an attorney, but that is what they do for us sometimes. So I think that's also a possibility. But let's go around to people who haven't talked. Kathleen?
Yes, I've stated this before. There's a letter from Mark Chutko dated July 26, 2024. I won't go into all the details. This is Steve Gillis's letter. He talks about a retainer amount, which is going to be used up pretty soon. Thereafter, Michael will be solely responsible for defending Jillian. He's on the record that he's out. I would not choose to pay him since he's on the record that he's.
As of when?
This letter was written last year, July 26, 2024. And he's advising this other attorney, Michael Bellata, but he clearly says that he's out. And I've never heard any reason that he's back in, why he should be back in. I have no reason to doubt this, his language. So another option is to not engage with Mark Chutko because he's on the record.
If I may.
Sure.
My only problem with that is that the township does not have a contract with the attorneys. The township is reimbursing attorney fees for attorneys that Jillian has contracted with, Supervisor Carey has contracted with. So I think that there may have been something that changed between him sending this letter and whatever happened next. Not really the township's business, I guess I would say.
But we're deciding on these bills, and these bills seem in contrast to what he himself said. And
I think it's part of the equation for the conversation you're having, but I don't think that it's he didn't have an obligation to you at that point. Do you know what I'm saying? Still doesn't.
Then I would go back to I think we should provide an attorney then where we can manage it and set timeframes and set maximums.
So Mariah, I don't know if you've looked at this at all, because I know it's not something we've ever done, but like the furnishing the services of an attorney, I think is the language of the statute and ordinance. So what might that look like if the township were going to do that? Would that be that the township would retain an attorney or just pay the bill, or?
I don't think that it would be a good idea for the township to retain the attorney, but offering the services of the attorney to be retained by the supervisor might be an option.
So offering the services of an attorney to be retained by the supervisors of the township. Right, so that the township would be paying, offering the services, and the supervisor could choose to retain them.
Yeah, the township really shouldn't be involved in dictating the type of defense. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And if you are there might be a way to fashion it so that you're just agreeing to pay the fees and not be involved at all in the defense.
Right.
We do fee agreements with that type of, yeah, but it gets a little bit murky.
The other thing I wondered about is if we, can, I know we can't make any requests of the attorneys because they're not our attorneys. But like, if we could, make a request to the supervisor to make a request to her attorneys about, a flat fee. What is this gonna cost to finish this? It might be an idea. And I only thought of that as I was thinking about like how insurance companies, like sometimes they wait till the very end and then pay, The problem is, I know some of that's, unknown, but up to a certain point, is it accurate to say that some attorneys work that way, like when somebody's heading to trial?
Yeah, I mean,
Mariah?
there's all different types of contracts that people have with attorneys. That, flat fee, up to a certain point. If we go beyond that, there's another charge to that. If, a lot of attorneys would handle an appeal as a completely separate contract. So taking you through trial, and then if you decide to appeal, redoing the fee agreement from there.
Yeah, okay. So that may be kind of just unknowable. Okay, are there other ideas? We've talked about capping hourly rate, capping the total amount, getting some sense of like, until, John, the list you gave about until disposition or appeal, handling the current claims maybe differently than the others.
The list that I gave.
A description.
Asking questions about,
Yeah.
So a couple weeks ago, I made a motion that didn't even get seconded. So I was a little surprised to see it on the agenda again, because I didn't think it would have support, and it may or may not have support. But to me, it appears to be the only thing that has changed, and it's significant changing, is that there has been a letter submitted, right? So you have the letter, right?
Yes.
So there's a, thank you.
I wrote it, sorry.
But, so there's this letter. So does this letter make a difference, or does it influence the vote that we had? We didn't have a vote last time. We didn't have a second last time. It probably would have not passed last time for lack of a second. So has anything changed between 2 weeks ago and tonight? And this letter, and is this letter enough to get us to want to take some action tonight, whether, or a series of action? For instance, Supervisor Jillian went to, the township in Tokyo Marine, and she was had to fend for herself and get somebody to hire her. So she was put in a heck of a spot, a pickle, and she needed representation, and you need representation as soon as police knock on your door. And so she was fending for herself. Someone suggested this lawyer who came highly recommended, and I'm not quarreling with that
Mr. Gillis, and I'm grateful for
selection.
that.
I'm not quarreling with that. And then it was decided, well, maybe that guy's expensive. We could bring in somebody else who's damn expensive, but less expensive than the other one. So I don't fault her for picking a highly recommended attorney to represent her. And then initially it appeared to be that we all had her back. We were going to indemnify her, and we knew it was good, but it was like we were going to support one of our own through the indemnification. And then over time, it appears to me to be that position has changed. So we could do a resolution to compensate them for what they billed up to a certain date, and then going forward, limit that compensation to something based on what Trustee Brandt or Trustee Yeaple, Treasurer Yeaple, sorry, Brian, or based on what we pay other firms, what do we pay, you know, Joe Fazio, what do we pay Bill Stapleton, what do we pay Bill Thacker maybe, what do we pay other attorneys, think there's, or does somebody have a conversation with the firm and putting Jillian in the position of saying, hey, I need you guys to represent me zealously, but I also want a discount rate on it. I mean, it's a hell of a spot to put her in. I mean, I really do appreciate the interest in guarding the treasury and not spending more than we might others spend, but this is a really unique situation, and we're either behind her or we're not. And if we're being behind her means paying more than we would otherwise have paid, I'm okay doing that, but I don't know that there's board support for doing that. I mean, I would do a motion to pay the fees, and then I would move it, and it gets a second or a dozen, and it passes or not. And then there could be another motion to, I don't know if it's our city attorney's office, or if it's Chrissy, or if it's our finance director, or somebody to reach out to formally negotiate.
It's not our negotiation, and I mean, how, I guess, I
No,
hear
but-
you, but it would be improper for us without express authorization, I think, John, right? It's not our relationship. I don't know.
But we're not paying them now, or we have.
We're not paying Jillian now.
Well, what the hell, well, she's not gonna pocket the money, I assume she's gonna pay these guys.
Sure.
But it is a reimbursement to the supervisor. It is not, we don't have a contract with the attorney.
No, but we have
They are billing the supervisor, and the supervisor is requesting reimbursement.
do we have the obligation to back our officer?
I could comment on that.
What do you mean obligation?
To indemnify her, to have her back on their finance.
So I think this entire question, why, I mean, for me, has been the financial part. I mean, this is about the fees that have been unreasonable. I think that, John, honestly, like, to have a conversation about, do we have each other's backs and stuff, like, it's so off point.
No,
Like,
it's exactly the point. Are we gonna?
And so what is, and so what, so you're saying there's no number, if we go to 1 million, we go to 1.5 million? John, right now, look at the numbers, John. We're on track to be over $500,000, no problem, once we're done with trial.
So what's the number at which we officially throw her under the bus?
John,
That's not a fair statement.
we're trying to solve some problems here, and if your best idea is to throw somebody under the bus, that's not helpful.
That's
I
not
mean,
my idea at all.
Okay, well, it's not my idea either, so we're trying to get to a point where we can, you know, provide the support in a way that the township can afford it. I mean, when we are really on track here to spend an extraordinary amount of money with no end in sight.
This is 4.31% of the general fund budget. 310,000 is 4.31% of the general fund budget.
So I would just say, and this is not, I just wanna present this as an idea of how some governments handle expenses. For example, if you are a person who travels as part of your government job, you might get a per diem. And your per diem might be $30 for your meals for the day. You can spend $70 on meals, but the government's only gonna pay you $30. And, you know, maybe that seems like a silly example, but we were talking about insurance policies earlier today. Your insurance policy might say you totaled your car and they're gonna give you the money for your car, they're gonna give you $15,000. You want a $30,000 car, they're not gonna give you $30,000 to replace your car, they're gonna give you 15. You can still buy the $30,000 car. I don't know if that helps this conversation at all. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's an either or from my perspective, and obviously I don't have a dog here, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm just trying to help with your conversation.
I appreciate it.
I think that you can support the supervisor in her defense and also not necessarily pay every penny that is being requested, is what I'm saying. I don't think that it has to be an either or.
And
so.
It says.
And I agree
But
with that.
the indemnification ordinance says shall pay.
But it doesn't say shall pay anything that you have requested. And I don't have a dog. I'm just trying to help with the conversation.
Sure.
That there can be a limit, the business that you all are, the board can limit what the amount is that can be spent. And you can spend anything that you want to, but it doesn't mean that every one of those, I don't believe that every penny has to be reimbursed by the township is what I'm.
And that's why I've thought and I've talked to other people, like, how do we get to some sort of reasonableness or control of costs? Because it's not, there is a place for that. And look at insurance companies. Even when they pay for our defense, they don't pay anything for our defense. They assign an attorney who fits within them, or they'll reimburse us up to a certain amount. But Kathleen, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that, we've been trying since February to get some collaboration on reducing these costs. And those attempts have been discounted, we'll say. I never anticipated we were gonna be at $300,000.
Yeah.
It's not a question of, do we have someone's back? We have a responsibility to spend taxpayer money. I would guess that there's a teeny tiny minuscule amount of people in this township that have any idea what the magnitude is. And when they realize the magnitude, as it continues to climb, they would be justified in kicking us out. Recall. Don't pick me next time, you know? And so we're supposed to be looking out for our taxpayers. It's not simply that we're not supporting this individual. There are 3 women at this board table that have been to the hearings. We have been supportive. Until we got to the point of, we asked for some collaboration. The discussions were shut down and just lack of communication, and it says shall, and you shall pay, and the interpretation in the letter is you shall pay for as long as it takes. And I don't think that's a fair way to spend taxpayers.
So when do we flip the switch? January 1st? So what, because it's a crucial point right now. It's been bound over.
Right.
For trial, and now I assume, I don't know, prepping for trial and getting witnesses together and discovery and investigation. So there's this work going on behind the scenes to prepare for the April trial. Do we say?
And I don't really understand. It's beyond my comprehension how you can spend $300,000 in preliminary exam. that is, that doesn't seem at all anywhere in the ballpark. And so you're saying, oh, there's additional work, and
No, I mean going forward.
in the court records, I don't see a lot of work product at all. So now you're talking about additional work and discovery and lots of things. It just seems to be, there's no controls, there's no guardrails, there's no, we all talk to taxpayers and get their viewpoint, but that's not the majority of taxpayers. That's just a subset.
I guess I'd add this, I pulled up the MOU from February. In some ways, we actually have made progress on this. All requests for reimbursement will be accompanied by the original invoices from supervisor carries attorney, redacted by the attorney and only to the extent the actual privilege information requires protection. That's happening through Attorney Fink. Carrie will only be reimbursed for the fees from one attorney. That's happening as a result of subsequent action. Scio Township will only reimburse fees directly related to the state fee carry case listed above. That's happening. The two pieces that are left here are what we've been, I guess, struggling with in many ways similar to the other items we struggle with, the waste hauling issue, GCSI issue, like we just have to come to a next step. Is Scio reserves the right to consider the reasonableness of the requested fees. I know that there was contention about using the basis of Smith v. Corey because it's a civil case and a criminal case, but at least it's a basis in the law for reasonableness of fees. We can argue whether it's right, we can argue whether it's wrong. I mean, I still go back to the fact of I'm looking at the numbers for similar types of criminal defense, for felony level criminal charges, you know, the mean was $316 an hour, 75th percentile was $400 an hour, the 95th percentile was $500 an hour. We've exceeded all of those, not by $5 or $10 an hour.
For what locale?
Washington.
Okay, so I will say that the letter says, with that said, if the concern is over my defense attorney's rates, please tell me the rate the township considers reasonable for a white collar defense, and it sounds like you're getting to that response, and it says,
That's
if
my
you
response
wish,
to that
my
question.
attorneys are well acquainted with top white collar defense attorneys in Washtenaw County and can provide you an assessment. So has anyone on this board, and I haven't been asked to, reached out to a number of kind of high profile or white collar defense attorneys and find out what they charge on an hourly basis? I mean, because we can discuss new rate. I see an openness on the part of her and or her attorneys. So I think that's a good sign. One, how do we get rid of the old debt, and how do we compensate going forward to a certain point? So
I mean, I would just say, like, I think that's a good point. I didn't see that buried in that letter, John, so thank you for being so optimistic. And if that was outreach, we had to dig through a lot of muck in that letter to get to it. So I'm glad that's in there. I would say, I mean, I am willing and interested in working on a proposed resolution that is comprehensive and, developing something to bring back to a board meeting that incorporates some of this, takes care of the existing, and then a future that would have some financial controls on it. I think, John, you raise a good point that there would be additional research to be done. I don't know if somebody wants to volunteer to do that research. I'm not well equipped to do that. I'm not an attorney. I haven't done the research on, the bar. But that would be helpful if somebody wanted to do that part of it.
I don't wanna go
Would you be
rogue,
willing?
unless, I don't wanna do anything I'm not asked to do, I don't wanna meddle in her defense. But I would be willing to reach out to a white collar defense attorneys in Washington County.
Why
to
is
get-
this a white collar defense, by the way, John?
Because this is a white collar
Because it's a
crime.
Because it's a computer crime
But
that
it's
involves
complex
presenting and
forensics,
cross-examining expert witnesses in
Yeah.
computer forensics.
I would be more comfortable having our attorneys determine reach out and advise us.
And that would be great, because it's less work for me, but I'm just willing
Well,
to,
thank you,
to
thank you.
do whatever to try to move this.
So is that something, Mariah, you'd be willing to do? And John, maybe you can give your best thinking and ideas to Mariah? I mean, I guess hourly. Are we asking for kind of hourly rates or kind of what the fees are for this category?
What I would
white
think we're
collar?
trying to do is find a baseline of what are the fees for Ann Arbor, and then to the extent that the attorneys that she has working, whether they could bill at that rate.
Yeah, so
that she
that's the
can-
second part of the
So she can
question.
keep her,
So
she can
that-
keep her current attorneys. My goal would be that she keeps her current attorneys.
Sure,
And then her attorneys agree to something less
that's what
because of the
that's what we've
situation.
been discussing for 6 months. Agreed, John. So, but it seems like the research would be Mariah kind of doing the hourly rate. But then, John, you bring up the next point, which has continually been the problem. Communication. I did see Jillian in your letter not remembering. I was told to speak to my attorneys about legal fees. I do not remember this request. It was not in any motion or resolution. And it did make me wonder if, and I don't want to do this on the fly here, but maybe as part of the resolution next time, it might have some specific requests for information, to Jillian, or your attorneys, would they, like an offer, counter offer? I think we need to formalize this because the private discussions have not been successful, the public discussions. I'm wondering if we might think about hey, we can pass a resolution that is an offer to Jillian and she can take it or not take it. I mean, we can work through it that way.
True.
So that it's all on the record.
And I think they have been successful. I mean, this isn't giving us the finger, this is saying, let's talk. Sure, that's what I think.
That's fantastic. That's, okay.
Which is better than like pay us or we'll sue you.
For what?
For what?
Well, no, it did also say that. It does say we're gonna sue you. It doesn't say for what or what basis.
Well, it does,
So,
based on
and did,
section 2-42.
I would also
And how about-
say that letter, the first thing I thought when I got it is that, wow, I hope we're not gonna be billed for that. And I need to be honest about that, because that's the sort of stuff that's going on.
Well,
So-
you know what, let's not,
So
it's
I
the sort
will,
of stuff that's going on, and my attorneys have done nothing but serve, as my attorneys in this case that has it's very complex.
it is.
And you are
Jillian,
not on that side.
I would-
You've never been through a criminal charge or case. And to speculate and say how terrible my attorneys are, when you don't even know what's going on.
So I just wanna say, point of order.
Point of order, and I have an
recused.
idea,
And if-
I have an idea.
I would say
And
point
I
of
would
order.
suggest that Mariah speak with my attorneys about.
Motion to take a recess for 5 minutes. Is there support?
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
You say I can speak, and then you say I can't speak.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes at 11:29.
And then I'll do a motion to go.
I haven't said anything, so I'd like to start.
Okay, we've returned from recess. Kathy?
We are going around in circles. Feels like our earlier discussion in some ways. I'm concerned I don't know what the answer is. I like some of John's suggestions. I don't think we have a responsibility to continue paying at this level. It's like an open-ended situation with no limits. And I think there need to be some limits. But I think we need to give some notice if we're changing it, or if we're considering that. And it's gonna take some discussion. But I think what John was suggesting is reasonable. I mean, for Mariah to do the research, I think is totally reasonable.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're figuring out some next steps. I don't think we're, gonna come up with the solution tonight, but
Maybe not.
I would though, support, and I do think on this issue, we should, have some clear motions for next steps on this. I mean, I would suggest, and John, I don't know if you have it written down, but I would support a motion to, at least for starters, have our township attorney conduct the research into reasonable Washtenaw County criminal defense and white collar defense rates.
The letter says white collar defense attorneys in Washtenaw County, top white collar defense attorneys in Washtenaw County, and I'm certain that counsel at our attorney's firm, whether that's Mariah Fink or Jim Fink or Conrad Tiller, who was a prosecutor for 30 years, I'm sure that among that top municipal firm, they'll know who the top white collar defense attorneys are who practice in Washtenaw County. We can reach out to them to find out what their hourly rates are, and that'll be a data point for some on this board.
Great. Is that a support?
That wasn't a motion, but are you saying I move that our township attorney,
Here, I can read it for you. Motion for the township attorney to conduct the research into the reasonable Washtenaw County criminal defense and white collar defense hourly rates.
And can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
And to determine a reasonable total value.
A reasonable what?
Total value to.
Hourly rate?
That's a policy question, I think.
Okay.
Honestly, I really do.
You're good with the first part, Mariah?
Okay, it's friendly if you don't like it.
And the one thing is
I think
that
so.
this conversation was supposed to be to recuse from approval of claim for payment for attorney fees related to the case. So that, to recuse myself from the rest of the conversation has nothing to do with the approval of claim.
It absolutely
No, because
directly relates to the conflict you've declared.
no, it doesn't, because you're talking about other things and not the approval of claim for payment.
So who made the motion to direct our township attorney to conduct the research?
I did.
Okay, Yeaple, I'll support. And I would like us to make a couple other motions to get some more next
Yeah, I
steps,
mean, I'm
but
gonna move
but
to
let's,
pay these guys now.
Yeaple and Flintoff, to direct our township attorney to conduct research into the reasonable criminal defense and top white collar defense attorneys in Washtenaw County. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion passes.
I'd make.
I would, sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
So I would make another motion for a letter to be drafted to the supervisor's attorney requesting the supervisor's attorney to provide their data on reasonable hourly rates for the same as in the previous motion, so not Washtenaw County white collar defense hourly rates. I don't know, because they've offered in the letter, I thought,
Let's see what they say.
it doesn't hurt to
So
have
is
more
that a
data.
support?
I will support it.
Doesn't hurt to have more data.
Hold on, we got a motion by Yeaple We'll discuss it in a moment, John. A motion by Yeaple, support by Noel. Read again, please, Ryan.
Motion for a letter to be drafted to the supervisor's attorney, requesting the supervisor's attorney to provide their data on reasonable hourly rates for Washtenaw County white collar criminal defense.
And who would the letter be drafted by, Ryan?
I can do it.
For the treasurer.
When there's discussion, I have my hand up.
Yes, John?
Is that the best way to do it, or should it be done with a conversation between our counsel and their attorneys about what the rates are? If it's to be a letter, it's to be a letter, but sometimes meetings and conversations are the way. I don't know.
Yeah, and I was trying to suggest that earlier, having Township Attorney Fink speak with my attorneys because she has done that in the past for other, if I remember correctly.
I'd support that as an amendment. That'd be more
Rather
functional.
than a letter.
Rather a letter for.
Communicate with.
Yeah, it's okay.
Could be email, could be letter, could be Zoom.
So the Yeaple, Noel,
Let me reword this.
Phone call, whatever.
okay. Is Yeaple and Noel, is there a motion to take this off the table?
No.
No, because he's gonna restate it,
Oh, okay.
I was gonna restate it. Motion for,
just so that's not hanging out.
Attorney to communicate with.
Am I requesting,
Ryan's writing it
Yeah,
down.
sorry, I'm just thinking about it.
requesting their assessment of appropriate rates in this locality?
Yeah, that with their words, right?
What was the words in?
Their assessment.
Their assessment of appropriate rates in this locality.
Where is it, where is that in the
We
letter?
know, that's what we're being
Second to
billed.
last line. Is that
Are
what,
you comfortable with that?
with asking them that?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's actually what I'm gonna write, so. Motion for a meeting to occur with the Scio Township Attorney and the Supervisor's Attorney to understand the assessment of the appropriate rates in this locality.
How about communication between or
Yeah.
I mean,
Just communicate. Agreed.
Motion for communication,
for our.
communication with the Scio Township.
The township attorney be directed to communicate with her attorney regarding the appropriate rates in this locality, or whatever.
Okay,
So
I support that, yep, I
Okay.
have it written down too.
So motion by Yeaple, support by Noel. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion adopted.
I have a motion.
Okay, I have one
And
too.
my motion is gonna be to approve the resolution, to approve the claim or payment for attorney services through September 30th, 2025, in the amount of October 1st, in the amount of $91,138.48. I think they should be paid what they billed, and this new way that we're doing going forward, I think it's the right thing to do. Settle our existing debt and try to work on a new method of compensating them for their work that we know is gonna continue. That would be my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion by Riser, support by Reed.
All this talk about the future, we have a past we have to deal with. We have to deal with this. John's right, we have to settle the debt.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kathy.
In time, I will be supportive of this,
Mhm.
but I would like to know what the parameters are gonna be in the future and then support paying the past debt. I don't want to just pay it now and then nothing changes. And in 3 or 4 months, we're back in the situation and we're having the same discussion again. It seems to be our pattern.
I appreciate that.
I concur. I mean, I'm willing to draft a resolution that incorporates the payment of the outstanding, but I think we need a comprehensive solution here. Otherwise, we're
Well,
still.
not gonna have it tonight.
No.
I didn't say tonight, but I mean, like, you know, next month, we could have a resolution in place if we get our research done that does this, but what I'm saying is, why would we, you know, I think that, you know, we also need to think about our negotiating position with these attorneys too. In that, you know, if we keep paying and paying before they've agreed to a lower rate, then we're just doing what we've been doing. And we don't have limitless funds. So I would support a comprehensive solution. Again, this is a reimbursement for services delivered. There aren't services being withheld right now.
Well, no, let me
so-
clear something. There's nothing going on right now. Because we're waiting for,
It's a quieter time. in
yeah,
the
I mean, if you
process.
look at the last,
Right,
it was only, what, $2,000? But there's nothing going on.
right.
And
Oh, okay.
And I don't think there's gonna be anything going on for another month because of holidays and whatnot. There's nothing on the books for court. Any research that's happening, and I am doing, which I'm still researching, so. I mean, to put it off another month or 2 months or whatever, is just kicking it down the.
Point of order.
So
Anyway.
I appreciate knowing that there's not much going on. I think that's to my point, David and John, is that this is a time, like, let's get this resolved comprehensively. Let's do it in the next 2 to 4 weeks. But
Not gonna change the bill. The bill's still gonna be there.
absolutely,
Okay.
And I think
absolutely. And I would expect that we would address it. But we need to address the future. That's just, I mean, we're at about, I mean, really, we're on track here if costs continue to be near $500,000. Like, let's be real. Let's go around, Kathleen.
Yeah, I will point out that there were members of the public that were tracking every invoice from Foster Swift. And they were outraged, and I believe it got to a total of 165,000. So
But this
this
is only
is,
91.
sorry?
This is only 91.
No, John,
280.
this is 181.
That's 90.
No,
Plus
this is
nine.
this is $270,000. Well,
I'm only moving for 91 is what I was saying.
John, come on.
So you gotta look at the total
I
amount. That was her point.
So we're. Brian?
I'm gonna agree with Trustee Noel. I think we have a lot of items where we need to do some more research and have some more momentum on, but nice out the night for me. Thanks.
And I will commit to working on a, you know, comprehensive resolution with whoever wants to work on it, David, anybody else, but we just need the hourly.
I don't see our negotiating position. We don't have a negotiating position. Their rate is their rate currently. I don't know, John.
I do.
We
You
do.
have 3 attorneys over there. I mean,
So.
No, I don't mean that at all. I meant, we don't have, I didn't.
What, you know, hypothetically, if we come to a point and we say we're paying this amount, not this, then the pressure is on Jillian to renegotiate with her attorneys or choose different counsel. And so if some part of our bill remains unpaid after a certain point, then there will be a pressure on them to decide are they gonna accept a lower amount or not? And what's gonna happen? I mean, it could go in many different ways.
I also think that's more reason to have it be comprehensive, to have the outstanding be paid, maybe offer, up to X hourly rate in the future, and or furnish an attorney, give options.
We have a motion on the floor. John, do you want to withdraw your motion or shall we?
No, I can tell it's only gonna get 2 votes, or look likely, and when I said, that wasn't meant as a besmirchment of anyone, that was with respect to our negotiating, not, that was not intended toward any person. They did this work back in September, and I think it would put our township attorney in a better position, like, hey, they voted to pay you in full for this, but going forward, they're really concerned about the cost. To hold it as leverage, like, if you don't work with us, we're not gonna give you that 91K. I just think one, it's the right thing to do, and we go in a higher note, but if I'm one of 2 votes, I'm one of 2 votes. I'm gonna vote for
Can I
it.
make a suggestion? Mariah, so you have, what did they say, to research rates and then speak with the attorneys? Why don't you do that? They're gonna research, or there's 2 parts to it. And then negotiate with them.
She's not,
I know,
no,
I'm giving permission for that.
I mean,
Has this already been approved? These 2 things that I'm gonna do?
yeah, those 2 things have been approved, and I feel like with that information, but we also have a motion on the table, so why don't we dispose of the motion on the table and then wrap this topic up? So motion on the table, seeing no more discussion, we'll take the vote. Is your motion to adopt this resolution as presented before us, John? You've read it?
To approve the claim for payment for the terms as proposed, and that is in the amount of $91,138.48 through October 1st, 2025, for services rendered through October 1st, 2025. That's my motion.
Okay. Reed,
Support.
Riser,
Support.
Gable.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I thought you were asking me if I support.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me.
Yes.
Let me roll call vote.
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Gable,
No.
Flintoff, no. Brant,
No.
Noel?
No.
Motion fails 2-4. What I wanna ask, if our attorney, and this is a third thing, Mariah, would please, I want us to consider, if we have some guidance on hourly rates, could we also get some guidance from our attorney on what it would look like to furnish an attorney? Like, I'm just, to offer to furnish the services of an attorney, because I would like this board to be able to give some options to the supervisor, to be able to say, we'll reimburse up to X hourly or Y total, or furnish the services of an attorney. Because there's so many variables, we don't know if she's gonna say yes or no to the first option. I wanna make sure that we're providing options for defense.
Got it.
And I would make that a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, motion by Flintoff, support by Yeaple, to ask our attorney to get more information on the option of what furnishing, like procedurally, what that would look like. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. And I'll commit to working with anybody on the board on pulling together comprehensive resolution on this. Are there any other next steps on this topic? Okay, Jillian, back to you.
Now is the time for public comment. Any members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter, please come forward. Christie?
Pattinson, Scio Township resident. I have never witnessed a group of people work harder at avoiding doing the right thing than this group just did right now. David, thank you. John, thank you. Kathy, shame on you. Ryan, shame on you. Jessica, shame on you. Kathleen, shame on you. I had to make public something I just witnessed. Several years ago, Will Hathaway called Jackie Corteau out into the hall during a 5-minute recess so he could change her vote on an issue and talk to her and influence her vote. Witnessed the exact same thing happen. Jessica, you just called David out into the hall to talk to him. Would you care to share what you had to say in private to him that you couldn't say in public?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, David. Oh, I'll wait till board response and then I'll try to remember verbatim because it was not significant.
Now, something that counters your position about shall pay doesn't necessarily mean you shall pay. If shall pay doesn't mean that you'll pay 100% of her legal defense, why did you work so hard to change the ordinance to may pay? If shall pay doesn't mean what it means, then why did you change the ordinance? So there's a difference between what you say and what you do. Jessica, you told us years ago to pay attention to what Hathaway said and what he does. It was what he does that is important. On one hand, you say you want to support Jillian, who's innocent. On the other hand, what you're doing is you're interfering with her defense. And it appears that you are comfortable with making sure she's found guilty by interfering with her choice of attorneys right before she goes to trial. She's had these attorneys for 2 years. They know everything about this case. They are prepared for everything to do with this case. And you want to make her change attorneys right before she goes to trial. That's what you're doing. Now, what you're saying is that you're concerned about how much it's costing, but what you're doing is having an impact on your colleague who's innocent. That goes back to hypocrisy, cruelty, and viciousness. Kathleen, this is the 4th time you've referred to this mystery letter from Mark, the attorney. It's time to put up and back up your claims. Share this letter so that we know you're not lying. You've referred to it so many times, yet you absolutely refuse to share it. I'm so disappointed in you. I have so much respect for so many of you. And to witness what I've witnessed out of you for the past year is so disappointing to the point of disgust. I have lost friendships because of this, of people I value, and I cannot believe this is what you're doing. You have a colleague, an innocent colleague, fighting for her life, and you're cutting the legs out from underneath her at every turn. It is beyond comprehension. Thank you.
Hello again, it's me, Pat Stein. Long time resident, long time listener, long time watcher. I think long time contributor as well. I have a couple questions, Christie. You mentioned, if you could answer me now or later, you mentioned online CPR. Extensive information. Is that something that a resident could also access? Do you know?
I would have to ask.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you. I would like to ask the supervisor a question. Only you signed this letter, so does that mean that this letter was not a document created by the attorneys? And that we will not be billed for it? I asked that as a taxpayer who's paying for this, and I said, is this something we're gonna see on a bill very soon? Also, I am questioning the first paragraph where it says, and I'm asking this of you, Supervisor Carey. It was stated by Clerk Flintoff and Trustee Noel that I was told to speak to my attorneys about the legal fees. I do not remember this request. Okay, I do. I remember it very well because as a taxpayer paying your bill, I sat here and I pleaded with you and I had said, Jillian, you know I support you in this and this is not fair, this is happening to you. However, as a taxpayer, and speaking for other taxpayers, this is killing us. Would you please heed what's been asked of you and speak to your attorneys? You don't remember that either? And you don't remember John talking about explaining what a haircut was? Is that a no? You're just shaking your head. Is that a no? Do you deny that? That's 3 denials? Interesting. I question the integrity on this letter because it's not truthful. So, and Rob, look in the mirror.
Is there anybody online? Let's find out. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak in public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. Well, there are no hands raised.
Okay, any board member response?
I've got one. To Rob and Pat, this is hard. It's hard to, all I ask is keep the rhetoric down. I don't think it helps to attack board members who are trying their best to guard the treasury, spend money wisely, not overspend it, but also support Jillian as she goes through this. It's hard on her, but it's not easier for us to try to do what we think is the right thing between having somebody's back, which is what I believe it is, and not pissing away the township's money and trying to spend it wisely. So I don't know, stay after and shake everybody's hands on their way out. Because having collegiality amongst ourselves and with the residents, I think helps. Could make things make an ugly situation a little easier. That's all.
Anyone else?
Answer to your question, Rob, as I best recall, what we talked about was just where the cost was going. We talked about that it looked like it's heading towards $500,000, and then something happened and we dispersed. That was it. It was like 30 seconds of that. That was it. And it didn't change my vote.
That's all I remember. And the change of ordinance, the reasons have been well documented at the time, again, about why that is long-standing attorney advice. When we, went back and did the research, found that 2009 Muni Code got codified, like a lot of codes got codified wrong from some off-the-shelf thing we purchased, and it was important to get it to align with statute. Thank you, John, for your comments. I think they're on point, and I want to thank everybody for trying to work to communicate through difficult things like GCSI and legal fees and the Preserve 9 purchase.
Noise.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, I have something to say. This is from the October 22nd, 2024 regular meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees. And this is after Clerk Flintoff had found the indemnification ordinance. Thank you for that.
Sure.
And words matter. I have been told that. Jillian, your words matter. Well, yes, words matter. Flintoff explained that indemnification is crucial for ensuring township officials and employees feel secure in carrying out their responsibilities without the chilling effect of potential personal legal costs. Flintoff also referenced the next to last whereas clause on page 1, which states that the township has furnished, engaged, or paid for the services of attorneys when prior claims and actions have been brought against township officials. While the township prefers to provide representation through either the township attorney or insurance, neither option had yet been possible here, leaving the township responsible for legal costs. Flintoff said that regrettably, this will be an ongoing issue for future board as well. Noel supported the resolution, affirming her belief that Carrie had a reasonable basis for her actions on the date in question. She noted that Carrie's actions aligned with established township protocols and emphasized that indemnification aligns with the township's legal obligations and protects those performing township duties. Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn at 12:04?
And I just say, I stand by everything I said then.
Oh, great.
So, and to date, we haven't been able to furnish, we might be able to do it in the future. We don't know.
Support the motion to
All
adjourn.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ryan, have a good Thanksgiving. Everyone else?